I'm ending this live. Ow. I'm ending this live to go on StreamYard. How do I end this? Why I'm looking like I'm on here acting like Nicki Minaj. Okay, wait, Jules, put your Cash App again because I seen you put it when I ended the live. Said okay, camera placement, but you still kind of can't see. I'm trying to cook. Okay, I see it. This is the new live for people that was saying they wanted to talk about, I don't know, the spam accounts, because I don't know what. That spam account section, part of the thing, I didn't know what was happening. Now, how I go and come back? Yeah, I took out my braids. I was greasing my scalp. I'm making tostones. So, you cut a little bit to start opening it up. Late night cooking show. Hey, y'all saying hey like we just ain't switch over. Like this is a whole new thing. Okay, hold on. Okay. First of all, Jules, why you be changing your profile picture so much? You on mute. Do you not take yourself off mute? Am I muting you? Oh, your mic isn't connected. Not y'all calling me Afro. Well, y'all not calling me Afro Latina. Oh, y'all calling me Afro Latina because the tostones. Y'all funny. Some people say green banana. Some people call plantain. Some people say plantains, green banana. Look, I need them green because I like my tostones crispy. I think he gonna come back in because he couldn't hear. Okay, let's see. Plantain. It's really whatever the culture is given. Okay.
Okay, is this working now?
Yeah, we can hear you. You can hear us.
Well, all right, great. Yeah, what were we talking about?
Okay, so wait, are we taking it back to these spam accounts and them being anti-black, or what?
Yeah. Let's talk about the spam accounts. Yo, if you grew up on like on Instagram, like on the spam community, then you know how crazy that shit was.
But wait, is the spam community kind of what we know as like Nas Mirage? Like when
Yeah. It's exactly like that. Like Nicki Minaj stands. I remember like there were like Avante, who was Brandy Norwood. He was an Aaliyah stan, like a diehard Aaliyah stan. Like if you talked about Aaliyah, you were getting blocked. Like all of that. And so like what the spam pages used to do was basically they would just like take a random picture, like a meme or like a video or something, and then they would just post it like with a caption or whatever. Or sometimes they would have things where like they would go on like sprees to try to get like celebrities to like block them or like notice them.
Uh-huh.
And I remember Avante had like he was blocked by like Beyonce, and he or not Beyonce, he was blocked by Nicki Minaj, and he was blocked by Kalani.
How about Brandy? Because like he's using her name.
Yeah, I think he was blocked by Brandy too. And she like knew about the page and she was like not fucking with it at all. Like at all. And Avante, like he used to say all types of crazy shit like that. Like, you know how Lil Nas X, he got exposed for being like misogynistic and like colorist and like weird and stuff, like Islamophobic. Like they would just say all that shit on the spam community, and they had no profile picture, so you didn't know who it was who was saying it. So they just got away with it. Yes, exactly. Um, who's I'm trying to remember like who some of like the key figures were, but there was just so many people like who were on there. But yeah, it was really, really problematic. Like they would say, oh, like Sky Jackson. I remember Sky Jackson used to be on there too, but she got on when I was getting off of there because I was like too old to be doing that.
Not too old. I feel like, okay, that's the thing. If you were in the spam community, oh, his thing probably got disconnected. If you in the spam community, my thing is, what do you be on there? Just like anonymous vibes? Everybody's anonymous? I don't know. But okay, is Sky Jackson weird because she's a celebrity and doing all of this? Or is Sky Jackson weird because she's actually weird?
Okay, I don't. My headphones are like fucked up, so maybe that's why. But yeah, Sky Jackson was on there. I remember when she like got on there, and just when she had that thing with Jordie Woods, like a lot of people brought up her past because she was being really, really weird on there. Like she would be saying all types of shit that were just like fucked up. She would be talking shit about celebrities, like it's just really weird. Especially because of the fact that at the time, like this isn't before she was like famous or anything. This was like post Jessie, like she's like 16, 17, 8 years, like, you know, however old she was at the time, like she's a grown ass teenager. And she's doing this shit where she's like harassing people on this like spam page, and the spam page had like a lot of followers. Like people knew of her.
Okay, yeah, everybody's saying she's basically beyond like fixing.
Yeah, and the thing I don't understand is like when that thing with Jules happened, everyone was like, "Oh, like they're like high schooler age, like it's normal." And it's like, is it normal though?
It's not normal because especially the thing about celebrities and the thing about money, I think like sometimes you think like when some people have more money, they have like the luxury to be better parents. Like they're not focusing on their 9 to 5 to where they're neglecting their kids. Jules is coming from a family of like Solange, Beyonce, people that you see as like, they're just musicians, but you see them as more like nice. Like they're not known for being mean. So when the son is being outed for like, exposing nudes, but then it's Sky Jackson, someone a little older than him, it just seemed messy for both of them.
And the thing, it's like,
but wait, not messy for Sky because she got her track record of being messy.
Oh yeah. The thing is with me is just like Sky, if you want to say that like Jules was like, you know, fucking with you, then like I'll support you on that. But like Jordie is like 15 years old. Why are you fucking harassing this 15-year-old girl over this boy, bro? You're like about to turn 19 years old. Like you're a famous public figure and you're harassing Jordie Woods.
Yeah.
Over not only over that, over a person who's still in high school. Like both of them niggas are still in high school.
Jules and Jordie, they kind of make sense. The age range sense. Sky Jackson being in this, maybe she's like too sad to grow up. Maybe she's still trying to be a kid. Oh, we can't hear you if you're talking. Does Sky get booked? You're like, does she even get booked? But all Jordy Woods is not short for Jordan Woods. Jordy, oh, what's the sister's name? Jordy. Yeah, Jordy is Jordy is Jordan Woods' little sister. If that's the real Jules, I'm late. That Jules and Solange's Jules just so happen to have the same name. Oh, it's Jody. Okay. I say we were getting it wrong because we're adults. But that's the thing. Like, I think, again, and some of y'all may fit into this category, but I just never understand, like, leaving really toxic commentary online. Like, you can gossip about real life things with your friends, but if you have a spam account and you're just leaving toxic stuff on there, it's just like, dang, like, what's going on? Oh my goodness. I haven't seen Sky in anything since Disney, but drama. Yeah. And China McClain, I don't think they're booked and busy. I mean, that's why they need to band together. Because I think one of the things is a lot of these Black celebrities, I don't think they band together for the collective issue, the collective uplifting of them. Like, I think they all try to get booked and busy on their own when, like, the industry is shutting them out. You said I don't think Sky has developed her acting. Y'all remember when Azealia Banks came for Sky? Azealia Banks definitely has her issues. There's a YouTube video on Azealia Banks's like childhood, and oh my goodness, it explains why she is how she is.
Okay, is my shit working?
Yeah, it's working.
All right, cool. Oh, about Azealia Banks, yo, like when I watched that video, like I'm actually like a person who like listened to Azealia Banks before like all like the bullshit, and I didn't even know that like she has such a rough like childhood. Like, damn. And I'm not saying that excuses her behavior, but geez.
Yeah, I don't remember in the video. Because in the video of like her, you know, history, it seemed like they were talking about Azealia Banks being more conscious of her mental health issues. So it's not like she's just going through all of this stuff and she's not conscious like of where it comes from. So it's clearly overbearing for her to really get together. So yeah, I'm just like, I think a lot of people see Azealia Banks spiraling and they let her because like, and not bash her because it doesn't really make sense to. Like, she's clearly on the read, they call it what, the sick and shut in list.
You know, I'm not even gonna get into the read right now, but I will say, like, someone asked what happened with Azealia. When Azealia was growing up, her mother was abusive towards her, and you know, her mother like used to throw out all the food in the house so they would have nothing to eat. Her mother used to like bang like her head with like a pot or like a pan, and they like, you know, she used to like call them ugly, used to call them burnt, like all of that shit. Her father died when she was really young. When she was 17, Diplo was abusing her, like he was having sex with her when she was still 17. You know, she was like, I remember she said, you know, like Diplo got me on, but I had to fuck him to do it when I was 17. And she, you know, she said that she was in a predatory relationship with the dude who was running, I think it was XL Records at the time, who signed her, and he was like in his 40s, and she was dating him when she was like 19, and he was, you know, abusing her. And her mother was like violently homophobic towards her. I think her brother now because he's trans, but at the time, before he transitioned, he was a lesbian. So yeah, so that shit was crazy. I yeah, like just like someone said, when Quinn Blackwell started living with him, we were all concerned because Azealia said that he was having sex with her when she was 17. Like that's not normal behavior.
Yeah. And then and again, I don't know Quinn's like financial situation, but it took her a while to get her own apartment, which is why I don't know why she didn't opt to do that in the first place.
Yeah.
Like I guess it seemed like flashy and she trusted him despite what other people were saying. But again, like if Quinn got in her bag, she could just have her own one bedroom.
Yeah, and it's like Quinn is like, y'all just need to mind your own business. It's like we're trying to help you out, shorty. Like you dealing with a nigga who fucking is way older than you, living in his crib. Like that's like I'm like my mom, like she's older, and I remember when I was growing up, she used to tell me like I'm never living with no man, like unless I'm married. And like I used to be like, damn, you kind of just like conservative, but like I kind of understand because it's just like I don't really think you should be reliant on any like man, especially like a white dude who like has a history. Yes, like.
And that's the thing. And again, this is similar to. I think it's similar to like any situation, especially when we're talking about like, a lot of the femininity stuff on YouTube. A lot of people just be like, get a man with money, get a man with money. But if you do not have your own money, and then I feel like it sounds a little capitalistic, like you got to have your own. But like if you are depending on a man, steal that money, put that in a separate bank account or something, because if you rely on him too much and he's manipulative, that's it. You can't go nowhere if you don't have your own money. You relying on him. So
yeah.
You need to have your own stuff. And it sounds like, and it's not like, start your own business, but it's like figure out a way to have your own money.
And like, I'm not like, I know like feminism is meant so you can have a choice or anything, but like, I'm gonna keep it real. I have mostly male friends. Niggas really ain't shit, bro. Like, I'm trying to give y'all some real advice. Like, don't depend on no man, because I'm telling you, no man who's not related to you is doing anything out of the kindness of his heart, especially living with them. Like, I would not recommend that, and in any capacity, especially Quinn. Like, she probably thinks that because he's like working with him to like make her own music, which I don't really know if Quinn can even sing like that, but like even if he's working with you to make his music, like you need to figure out how to get your own situation going. Like even though you like got exposed for scamming with that skincare thing, like you should have tried to been making a side hustle so you didn't have to work or live with him. Like the shit is really ridiculous to me, especially like I don't know her family situation. I know she said she was like suicidal when she was living there, but I feel like you should have some friends or like some family who can like tell you like, that's not a good, situation for you to be in, especially since you're so young. Like this shit's worrying to me.
Yeah, I think, and I feel like in the Quinn situation, again, she's this hilarious social media person that like people don't know when to take her serious sometimes. And I just think that like plays against her in a way. And then she has so many celebrity friends. Like every now and then when she posts, like she's posting with Lil Yachty, all these celebrity friends. And it just goes to show like these celebrity friends, they don't really care about anybody. They barely can hold their own. But when it comes to their peers, they do not know how to protect their peers.
Yeah. And I know
don't do so publicly either.
I know she was like, oh, I'm in a committed relationship. Like I have a boyfriend. I would never be sleeping with Diplo, but it's like, he's still in a position of power over you, bro.
Exactly.
Like, we are trying to help you out. I don't know why, like so many of these things happen where we be like really trying to like give people like real ass advice for their situations. And they be like thinking that we're just like broke people on Twitter who are hating because she's like living in Diplo's mansion. Like, no, bro. You're more than welcome. If you really want to live in Diplo's mansion, I promise you, nobody's gonna stop you. Like you are more than welcome to.
Someone brought up the Julesy situation again.
What happened with that? Like
I don't know. We gotta watch that video because I didn't watch. She posted a 40-minute video saying like her last response or something, and I haven't seen it.
A 40-minute video?
Yeah, it's 40 minutes.
I thought it was on Patreon.
No, okay, so they're talking about a Patreon video that we never seen, but then she made a public video, I think, addressing the drama that stemmed from that Patreon video, from what I'm seeing people saying.
But that's, I don't even know, like, how are you going to issue an apology, but like you don't even let people see the full Patreon video?
Yeah, she might as well post that. I mean, what if that's the 40-minute video that she posted, the Patreon video?
Yeah, I don't know. Some of the like after like 2020, like with the COVID thing, like I really had to like divest from kind of like attaching my own expectations towards these like influencers or these like commentary people, because it's really like the shit will really just get you fucked up in the end, because they have no morals, like no, like the politic is really just not, it's not there. Like they take Twitter takes and they're like, I have an opinion on this, let me hop in front of the camera.
Yeah, I think honestly, the only person that I realized that, like, if you were to idolize somebody who's not that problematic is Gabrielle Union. Like, we were talking about her on Twitter, and I was like, wow, like, she's really one of those people that are not too problematic. And if she has been, she's, like, come out and owned it, and, like, in all types of interviews.
Yeah.
So I could see her. But then after that, like, there's so many people who, once, like, the comments are not on their side, like, it just seems like it was all a performance.
Yeah. Just like, okay, this is gonna offend a certain community, but like for the For Harriet thing, like she just got in hot water again because she literally, like, I swear to God, like having a degree from an Ivy League university really does not mean shit. Like you really cannot trust these people just because they participate in academia. Like it really doesn't mean that they're more intelligent than other people, because I mean, some of the things that she be saying are really, and I really used to watch her and be like, yeah, you know, like she really has like an understanding of like, you know, what's going on. But she really does, like, when I watch her videos, it really gives me like suburban black who like got into black culture when they went to an HBCU, but had never really like interacted with many black people before that, you know, outside of her like bubble. So sometimes that's why I feel like her takes come off a little bit odd.
And you know what? I think we're finally getting to a place where we're getting way more content, and it's still not enough, but we're getting way more content from like Black creators and Black commentary people, so that there aren't those 5 people that we're like waiting for them to talk about a certain issue. But at the same time, there is a pressure to say things a certain way and be on a certain side. Because I feel like, and when I say that, I mean on the problematic side. Because a lot of times, like whether we're talking about the Impressive Channel, Paris Milan, Chrissy, For Harriet, Julesy, like all these people are on a spectrum. Like, you know, some people are way more problematic. Yeah, Cat Black, you know, and it's just like there's not a lot of people giving us like new information from new books, new readings. Again, the girls are going off their Ivy League degree from 10 years ago. So it's just like, it's not enough. It's not enough, because I wanna be able to say like, look, some of these people can have whatever opinions they want, but then they're getting all of these thousands of views from very like impressionable people. You know, and I just, it's too much. It overwhelms me to the point where I'm like, it's really no hope, because we're getting a bunch of stale information, stale takes.
The thing, okay, so some people are asking, the thing recently that had me like, I'm done with For Harriet after this, because it's just very like tone deaf. So she made a tweet and it says here, the nationalization of Juneteenth has me thinking, are regionally specific Black culture still a thing? Has the internet made everything for everybody? She's from Texas, so this is where this is coming, or not Texas, but she, I guess, lives in Texas now or whatever. And I guess I don't really know exactly what the history is behind it, but I guess, yeah, it's Juneteenth was for the people who had been enslaved in Galveston, Texas. People came out and said Juneteenth was only supposed to be for, you know, people who were from Texas, and now it's been nationalized. I don't really know how you come to this type of conclusion. Like your parents probably celebrated Juneteenth if you're a Black American, so even if you're not from Texas. So I don't really know how you come to this take. This is like one of those new age takes that people have, and this is just reading as tone deaf to me, because if you were really involved in Black culture, you would know that Juneteenth is celebrated all over the United States for Black people. So it's just very annoying. Like, it's very annoying. And for someone who claims that they're so educated and has this Ivy League education, like, what is this take?
And I think, and okay, so going with that take and it being on Twitter, so I had to block For Harriet a while ago on Twitter because her takes on Twitter showed me a whole nother side of her that I didn't get from YouTube, and I didn't like it at all. I was like, wow, I was like really a fan of her. I think still, if I was to just watch her YouTube videos and never watched her and never listened to her Twitter, I would not even like have certain feelings. But I feel like a lot of things she could keep to herself. Because of her big platform, like you can't just say things that are not accurate anymore just because they're at the top of your head when you have so many people looking at you. But yeah, for me, from my little knowledge, I know of Juneteenth, like it's not exclusive to tech people in Texas. And two, we can talk about all the different types of Black cultures that are around this country, but that doesn't mean that some people can't celebrate Juneteenth. It's not like we're co-opting it for our own thing, you know?
And someone said, in the Northeast, we don't celebrate it. I mean, I guess maybe you don't celebrate it, but I've lived in the tri-state area my entire life. We have always celebrated Juneteenth. Next week, we are having a Juneteenth parade, festival, concert. It's going to be in Brooklyn. There's going to be a lot of artists who are performing, Black artists. We're celebrating it here. I don't really know. Like, my parents were born in Connecticut. We've always celebrated Juneteenth. Like,
and that's the thing, again, with the whole Black culture thing. Some Black people think, oh, if I never said it, if I never did it, then it's just not what other people were doing. And that's not true. And it takes a while for that bubble to burst. I think we all go through that when we think our Black culture is the Black culture, you know? And that's just not the case. And let me see. Yeah, for some people that are new, we decided to come to StreamYard from the last live, and we were talking about spam accounts and that drama. Now we're talking about, you know, Black commentary channels and some of their weaker takes. And again, I think some of the takes get weaker as people notice that they can get views regardless. Yeah. And that's where things start to water down.
Someone asked about the Juneteenth event. It's going to be on June 19th. It's called Love from the Sun. And it's going to be at Highland Park at the Vermont Place entrance. So if you want to go, it's going to be like, there's going to be like a lot of art and music there. If you're from New York, like you can, you know, pop out. But yeah, like that's like New York City. Like we are having a Juneteenth celebration. That's probably not the only one. But if you've never heard of Juneteenth from 2 years ago, that's fine.
Yeah.
But I feel like a lot of us do know about it, and I really don't feel like it's only like a Texas thing, and I don't know why. Like why are we trying to gatekeep Juneteenth from literal Black Americans?
Gatekeeping Juneteenth and and that's the thing. It reminded me of that Todrick Hall comment where talking about slavery. We are not educated in a lot of this stuff. We're not educated in a lot of this stuff. And it shows. It's embarrassing. And then some people, I feel like, get on a high horse because of their education and start to say unpopular opinions or whatever hot take they have. And it gets weird. It gets weird.
Yeah. And I feel like, I mean, it's like for the people in the comments who are saying that they like love For Harriet and watch her like faithfully, that's fine. You know, a lot of the times, you know, she has some really interesting things to say. You know, she's educated, you know, that's fine. But we, like Tiana says all the time, we can have critical thought. That is a thing. Our brains do work. And I feel like she can be taken to task for some of the things that she says that are harmful, because she does do things and say things that are contradictory to what she's preached in the past.
Yeah, and I think the internet is always a good starting place. Like the only reason why I don't watch For Harriet that much, or there are some things that she says that bothers me, is because I continue to do the work too. Like I try to read more things, come up with my own opinions. I don't, and that's the thing that scares me anyways about YouTube and like even my platform is like, you cannot stop here. Like you have to like do your own thing. So it's like, even when some people are saying, okay, they don't really watch Julesy no more. If you want to, cool, go ahead, but think for yourself. And honestly, I understand a lot of y'all think for yourselves, because sometimes the comments be given, do y'all even watch me? Like, y'all even be coming to these lives, because I don't understand how you watch me and then be in the chat like, oh my gosh, I love this person's channel, or I love this, or how people was just in the chat going off about how bonnets are ratchet, and it's like, I don't understand how I give the vibe that makes you comfortable putting that in the chat. But again, y'all think it for yourselves, I guess.
And I don't know. I like, you can even look on the Wikipedia. It literally says grew in popularity during the 1970s with a focus on African American freedom and arts. By the 21st century, Juneteenth was celebrated in most major cities across the United States. So, I mean, I just don't know. This like that like take was like offensive to me, because like I am Black American and I do celebrate that. And even if she was talking about it becoming a national holiday, a lot of people were talking about people outside of Texas celebrating it, which is just like, bro, like my fucking granny wasn't a slave for y'all to be talking like this. I swear to God.
Yeah. And that's what I'm like, that's why I don't have hope on us really doing the work to come to better understandings on this stuff, because that's going to take a lot. Like, people don't have it. People don't have it. People have their, after people get to like 9th grade high school, people start to like cement their opinions on things and it don't even change.
Yeah. Someone asked like about her tweet. It says here, the nationalization of Juneteenth has me thinking, are regionally specific Black culture still a thing? Has the internet made everything for everybody? That tweet, I don't know. I feel like that tweet has like coded language. Like I feel I'm reading in between the lines here, which I think that a lot of people are, which is why we're having this conversation. Because that tweet is like reading to me as like, why are people outside of, I guess, the South, since she's from Oklahoma City, participating in Juneteenth celebrations? Has the internet made everything for everybody? Who is that directed at? Like, I don't really. Yeah. Anyways.
And I think, for example, I think when she said like, oh, like, it's like everything for everybody or whatever, is there regional things? Like, okay, I feel like that also conflates with the conversation of like Black culture and Gen Z people who are not Black thinking that that's their culture. And again, like, is it to say that like Black Texas culture is not any other Black person's culture? Like, that would be a lot to unpack on its own, especially given like the Great Migration in the United States, like all the places Black people have moved and spread. Like, for example, could it, like, now is it a reach to be like, oh, like all Black culture has come from the South, which is true. Like, people move from these areas up to different, like, so it's like, I don't know. Again, saying something like that, I think, and that's the only reason why I had to block her on Twitter, because she'll say things like that where it's like, you know better. You know better than to say something like that on Twitter. Like, explain it more, do a thread, or just do a video and not do tweets like that, because it's misconstrued.
And someone said, I thought she was referring to other cultures when she said it's not for everybody. And that would be fine, but there was a literal tweet that says, it says right here, my opinion that no one asked for, I think Juneteenth should be for Black Texans and Black Texans only. I thought it was Black Southerner from another state here, and Juneteenth is not a thing elsewhere unless Texans brought it with them. So that's the conversation that was being had on Twitter, and that's what she was referring to. So I don't know, like, if she meant that, I don't know why she wouldn't just say, you know, continental Africans, Caribbeans, whatever she, I guess, meant for y'all who are thinking that. Like, and this is a thing that I'm seeing a lot. It's like, y'all need to be intentional with the things that y'all are talking about if y'all are talking to those people.
Exactly. Because I think, again, if so, when Black Texans move to other places in the country, do they only celebrate Juneteenth in Texas? Like, is it something they gatekeep in whatever state they're in? Like,
hey, Eris, what's up?
Hey.
Hey, so sorry for the delay. I just wanted to jump in and say I'm really enjoying this conversation you all are having. And thanks for letting me be on your platform. I just had a couple of like points to make, because Jules, you're like speaking to my spirit when you said that for Harriet, like certain things she says, even you, Tiana, like certain things that For Harriet says, like on Twitter specifically, she is very cringy on Twitter. And it doesn't
And I don't
match
know
her,
why.
like,
It's the strangest thing. It's strange.
it doesn't match
We're
her
all
brand.
confused.
And like, I'll say for myself, like, I graduated from school, like, I'm like definitely younger than her by like maybe like 5 years. And I look at her and some of her takes, and like, I feel like after kind of being around for so long, I understand that a lot of the things she says as like, this is my opinion and I feel very strongly about it. And I think younger audience members won't understand that she's saying it like it's a fact when it's really just a really strong opinion she has. She
Yeah.
really admires like people like Oprah, like she's really into media stuff. And the scary thing for me about it is seeing her like have all these like really interesting and intriguing, like interesting things to say on YouTube. And then when you like follow her on Patreon, she says all this stuff that's just like, girl, this is not on brand.
Really?
know.
On Patreon too? Wait, so then
Like,
what if the YouTube channel is an act?
it's like she has
It
a
is.
she has like a YouTube channel that's strictly for her, and she has a Twitter that's strictly for her that's not under the name For Harriet. It's called Kimberly something, whatever her last name is. And she's always talking about her relationship, and one of her most popular videos on YouTube is that beauty is like a poor investment. And then on Patreon, she's talking about getting fillers and all of this other stuff. And I don't knock that. Like, I absolutely don't knock that at all. I think it's totally fine for her to like, you know, get whatever procedures done that she wants. But I think it's really, as someone who's like approaching 30, I definitely understand that, like, if I was like 21, 22 and was listening to For Harriet say all these things, I would be like, hell yeah, burn the cape. Like, I'm believing everything that you're saying. You're absolutely right, because you have this elite degree and like everything you're saying is totally correct. And now that I'm like where I am in life, I understand, yeah, she can have her opinion, but like, I also have my opinion. And, you know, everything that she says, like, you have to do your own research at the end of the day. These are just commentators. A lot of what she says sounds like it's definitely, she almost, if you guys have ever been around like speech and debaters, she has that energy of someone who like, she's so persuasive. You almost feel like, oh my God, yeah, she's absolutely right. You know, her opinion is totally correct. But like, she says things sometimes and I'm just like, girl, or do you want to be like a reality dramatic star, or do you want to be like, do you want to talk about your new boyfriend that you have all day, or are we talking about these like, are we talking about these issues? And like, I don't know, I'm like rambling at this point, but I think you get my vibe. Like, she's just a person, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And if you don't like realize that, I think a lot of 21, 22, 23-year-olds are going to be like steered off a bridge thinking that everything that she's saying is so factual and correct, when it's like, she could be sitting there telling you beauty culture is a bad investment, but like be a shopaholic and be like super into beauty culture. Like, I think it's important to understand that we're all living within the systems that we're like criticizing.
And you know what? I don't date men, so like I can't talk about like her, you know, like relationship or anything like that. But what I can talk about is the issue with her housekeeper. Now, I think that she handled that situation poorly, which was one of the reasons why I stopped watching her consistently, because she dead embarrassed me as a watcher of her by the way that she handled that. It's just like, number one, nobody told you that you needed to go on Twitter and expose the fact that you had a housekeeper, because who asked for that? It's really given like Cardi Birkin bag type beat.
And this was like, I feel like a few days after the Cardi situation, or before, something around the time where people were oversharing. Like, people were oversharing about their money, and it didn't make any sense. It didn't make any sense.
I know.
Y'all
And
remember
that's
when she was like oversharing about what her man makes and everything? I was like, just do
I
these
have not
guys that
seen
you're
it.
dating,
yeah,
they want
I
people to know
did
their
see that.
names, their incomes? Like, are they cool with you saying like what they do, where they live, their real names? Like,
Yeah, the thing is, it's like, well, number one, I didn't even really know what Lipstick Alley was until I saw her talking about it and I Googled it. Apparently, she be on there like every day, just like searching her name to find out what they're saying about her so she can like
oh,
talk about it in her little like satin pillow talks, I think is what she calls it on her channel. So I really think that she needs to, number one, stop doing that. And I think that she also needs to stop oversharing on the internet because it's just like, Kim, you, and the other day she mentioned in the a video, and she's like, I make around the same amount of money that Kelly Stamps does. I could pull in 40K if I really wanted to. And it's just like, bro, you claim to be this like abolitionist, have like this really strong politic, you know but that does not, it's not reflected in the things that you say or in what you do. With that housekeeper thing, that like really turned me off from her, especially when she literally came out with a video right after that and said, address the fact that she is a hoarder and all of that. And it's just like, it's like this tweet when someone's like, people get in trouble on Twitter and then start telling us random things. Why are you telling us you're not binary? Like, that's the same thing. Why are you telling us that you're a hoarder, bro? Just apologize for saying that you had a housekeeper when I don't have a housekeeper. I never had a housekeeper. Like, I don't know if y'all did, but that was not something that I had. So it's just like, come
And
on.
then she started
but
saying,
who
well,
really
she
has
pays them a
volunteered
lot
that
of money and
information?
they're queer. And it's like, you're negating from the fact that we didn't have to know this in the first place.
Yeah.
She volunteers a lot of unsolicited information, and like that's my thing about her. Like at her core, she really is an elitist. And the more you kind of like, the more I like have come to terms with that, the more I like realized that a lot of her takes, she kind of reminds me of like a lot of people that I knew in college, and I've even been victim of this, like speaking about issues from the ivory tower versus what you've actually experienced in real life. Did you really live in a community with like a lot of Black people, or are you just talking about what you've read in a book?
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, hey Q, what's up?
Thank you.
Hey, how are you guys? I'm pretty good. Really, really
Yeah.
hot, summery, but I'm not gonna detract. I'm gonna listen to what y'all say before I jump in. Ha!
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Tiana,
say
can you
one more
talk a little
thing.
bit about blocking her though? Oh wait, Jules, sorry. I interrupted
Yeah,
you. What were you gonna say?
I just want to say one thing, and then Tiana can go. I actually watched like one of her recent videos, and she was talking about how like well, it was after the Olivia Rodrigo video where she basically was saying how she wanted to talk about more things other than being, I guess, an online activist and talking about the issues that Black people go through. And she was like, Black people can exist in multiple facets. And I feel like while that's true, I feel like what she's doing is different than just existing in multiple facets. Like, I feel like she really is trying to pivot into like the Black woman influencer, like hyper feminist, whatever role. And it's just like, don't try to pretend like you're like just trying to like be you. But it's just like, if you just want to be a Black influencer, then just do that. But don't be acting like we're all crazy because we're like Kim. Like, what is this? But yeah, that's all I'm gonna say.
Oh my god,
Tiana.
I'm dying. You're so right. She does
For
take
me,
fun.
yeah, following off of what Jules was saying, it's about not being contradictory and being a hypocrite. Like, to me personally, like, again, anything I'm saying on the internet, and it's hard to follow through. It's hard. There's so many temptations, especially in our capitalistic society. You see so many YouTubers like falling into like scams, sponsorships that are horrible. People get themselves in tough situations. Like, you build up a lifestyle, and if you can't sustain it, it could be embarrassing to come down. So there's so many things at play when I feel like people like For Harriet or other people on social media say one thing and do another. But you just expect it different from For Harriet. Similar to what Jules was saying, like, it was embarrassing to kind of see her go back and forth on this whole housekeeper situation, because it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. She had a housekeeper. You can hire somebody to clean for you, do what you got to do. You said after the fact that you're depressed. You said after the fact that you're a hoarder. Keep that in your group chat. Tell your group chat, oh, hey guys, my person is coming in. I say a whole bunch of things to my group chat that I would never say publicly. So to me, it's just, I've just been expecting more from her in the way that she manages her social media, since she talks about it in a way, oh my gosh, Oprah is just this great interviewer, communicator, and she studies how these people do things. So why do you get on social media and then you act like you have no presence? Like, she tweets like she is a spam account with an anonymous photo. So it's just, it's weird. And again, yeah, if now she wants to invest in her beauty and stuff, then like do so. But you could keep some of this a secret, or you can talk about the fact that it is contradictory, or whatever the word is, and it is not on brand, and stand in that, and don't get defensive when people call you out. So yeah, I think so. That's it. And I just blocked her on Twitter because I couldn't take it. I didn't want to hate her. You know, I could see if I continued to follow her on Twitter, I would be flabbergasted at what's going on. I watch her videos every now and then, and you know, but that's the thing. Again, if I ever start to be a hypocrite, I hope if people call me out, I won't be defensive and weird about it. Like, you know?
Yeah. And people are like in the comments saying that like we're expecting too much of Kim and da da da. Like I always say, you are more than
a 30-plus-year-old woman. I'm
exactly like you can. Nobody's stopping you from watching her. Her channel is literally free to watch. If you want to subscribe to her Patreon, you can subscribe. Nobody is stopping you from enjoying and watching her content. I promise you. But you know, when you actually have a brain, sometimes you think about these types of things. Like I don't know why people are like, you're expecting too much from her. She puts herself on this like pedestal. Like she does this. Nobody else tells her that you need to be, you know, this pillar of success and abolition. You say that. You tell us that you make almost 40K a month. You tell us that you have a housekeeper. You tell us that you have 2 apartments. Like nobody is telling you to share all this information with us. You tell us you went to Harvard. Like, I don't know. Damn.
And that's a tough thing.
I mean, I think it's important for her to say those things. Oh, sorry. I think it's important for her to say those things because ultimately she is in an industry, specifically like the commentary industry, where like social capital and like educational and intellectualism, like those things do matter in like the spaces that she's trying to break into. But to your point, Jules, I think she does a lot of posturing and she does a lot of pretending that, oh, I don't care about, you know, like for me, you are talking about it with Juneteenth. Tiana, you're talking about it with like the hoarding situation. I noticed her contradictory with the beauty culture thing, and also with, you know, feminine desirability and her, you know, talking about, I don't even care about boyfriends. I don't care about that. I'm perfectly happy single. And then like getting this guy and like talking about it literally every single video, even videos where it's unrelated. And like, while I am happy for her, she's also like tweeting about it. And it's in a way that just gives off, there's a certain vibe that certain women give off when it feels like I am now seen as a more desirable woman because I'm now attached to a man. Like that's the energy that she's giving off. And it's just really awkward, and it just isn't it's incongruent with what she shared with us about like her opinions of patriarchy and relationships and to your point, Jules, about you know, even her opinions of like capitalism, and then turning around and saying like, I make $40,000 a year. Like I have a housekeeper. Like nobody says that. Like nobody like talks like that. Like nobody.
I think like okay. Oh God. So I think the first place for me to start is the one thing that I think about is this comment that you made, Tiana, a few weeks ago, where I forgot where it was or when it was, but you were kind of talking about another YouTuber where you said that you had to kind of detach from consuming their content because you weren't sure the way that they were able to proposition themselves and talk and speak and, you know, dictate. You weren't sure how to hold them accountable. And so you said, until I'm able to find the articulation and space to hold you accountable with these words and these philosophy techniques, I have to disengage. And I think that that's kind of something that I think about, which pretty much leads me to my next comment. You know, Julesy, I watched her recent video about issues with whatever was going on with her, Attack on Titan season episode with some of these other YouTubers. And something that she had kind of said was something that people accused her of was being an elitist and kind of like, oh, you think just because you talk in this certain type of way that you can kind of shame us and you can find all these ways to kind of talk to us. And so she responded to that, and the response isn't important, but just that acknowledgement that she knows and she's aware that people, yes, Attack on Titan, that she knows that the way that she presents, the way that she talks, because she's well read, it can come across at times as inaccessible. But she has talked about, why she wants to make this sort of language accessible. She wants to make these resources accessible. And I believe that's why she even started the book club she started, not in defense of Julesy or anything like that. So suffice to say, kind of where I want to even start in any comment that I make in this conversation is sometimes I do get the feeling that because of where she stands, and Eris, you're right, like she does talk about who she knows, what she knows, her venture capitalist friend. Girl, you're not the only one. The friends from Harvard, the friends from Stanford, and I definitely get the feeling that the way that she's able to pull out sources and then use, of course, markers of credibility and status, I think that at times she puts that around herself, obviously because it's true, she did go to Harvard, as a way that people can't touch her. Like, you can't touch me. Like, you can't hold me accountable. If I say stuff about how I got a housekeeper, $40 a month, like, nobody can hold me accountable. Like, I have anxiety. So it's not because I'm shit posting on Twitter and people are like in a recession and like I'm making $40,000 a month. That's great. But like the rest of you fuckers, like, good luck, good luck, And I feel like when people call out the diction and like, dang, is this like appropriate? Like, do we need to know this? Like, for real? Like, do we need to know this? And it's like, oh my God, you guys are judging me. And then she'll like use these like shield and like her Batman cape, hashtag not really a superhero. I don't believe that. But I'm just saying, like, if you've been seeing that meme going around, she throws on this cape to be like, oh, you can't touch me. Like, I went to Harvard. I make $40,000 a month. I know these people. I can be on panels. I have a media company. Don't talk to me. Like, I know people. I know head of partnerships at Clubhouse. Don't talk to me. And so I feel like she surrounds herself with kind of these objects to prevent herself from being criticized. And I feel like people don't know how to criticize her if they're not at the same power level of her. So if that made sense.
Yeah, that made a lot of sense. And like the person I was talking about was Seren, where I just, I enjoyed her channel and I just stopped watching her. And it's not hate per se, but it's like me and a lot of us, we want to think on our own. We want to be able to like, okay, this is my favorite person, but I don't want them to be like, I don't want them to be above critique. Like, no one should be. Like, again, we could think about Angela Davis, Huey P. Newton. We can name famous, big political thought leaders. None of these people are above critique, and they can all be held accountable at some point. So, again, when some people are like, like, just stop watching or whatever, like, yeah, some of us do. Like, some of us just stop watching. But then some of us want to have dialogue to, like, actually flesh out what we're thinking. Because this is, again, if we're in community with these people or their text, like, for example, and I was in this Black feminist kind of like summer school, and the woman was saying videos are a form of text. So like some people are like, oh, well, have you read this book? Have you read that article? But watching a video can be a form of text. So once these people do put out videos and a body of content, we are allowed to critique those and see what we think about them. So again, like, I'm not going to sit up here and act like what we're doing at all is gossip. I think what we're doing for some people, there might be some people watching this who are very impressionable and need to hear other people, especially Black people, critique what other prominent Black people are saying and not be scared to do it. Because if For Harriet joined this live right now, I think we would all give the same energy.
Yeah, and with like the Seren thing, like I'm cool with Seren, and I like talk to her like often, like on her Discord. But she like, and I like was watching Seren when I was in high school. Like, she was how I like pretty much developed my like radical politic, right? Before I like really start, getting into it and like reading and everything. Seren says things that are I don't agree with all the time. Like when she talks about No Name, I don't agree with that at all. When she talks about like Jay-Z, her being cool with Jay-Z, getting or like partnering with the NFL, I don't agree with that either. But I still can watch Seren and I can still, have conversations with her while also disagreeing with her. And I think that it's really important with these like online activists or just like people that you follow in general. You have to be able to use your brain. Like you really have to be able to say, okay, I agree with this, I don't agree with this, but I can still engage with them, but I don't have to make everything that they say like a part of my politic, like straight like that. So yeah.
Yes, I agree. And actually, I remembered something that I was going to say. Thank you so much for, oh, I love it. Tip of my tongue. Okay. And something that Julie said something really interesting in this video about the last time she was going to address that situation, about how she doesn't really like call out culture. She has talked about this extensively, and that she more so wants to be able to call Black people in, call Black women in, that if they are in community with her and she believes and she has good faith that they have spaces to improve, then why not call them in to a safe space to say, hey, we want to address what is going on. Like, I don't know, this is a safe space, but we believe you can be better, And so that's kind of my thing. It's like, I'm not even saying this with bad faith with Seren or, and I'm sure you're not, Tiana. I don't want to obviously put any sort of words in anybody's mouth, because it's just like, we can bring them in. We can bring them on the blood table talk. We can, let me stop. We can bring them on the red table talk and just say, hey, I have good faith in you. I feel like I'm in communion with you. I feel like you can be better. I feel like you don't have any sort of ill will towards me as I don't towards you. And so we can have this conversation with love. Like we can have this conversation with love. And I think an example that Julie had made in that video was around like a comment that she had gotten from like one of her supporters on Patreon about like a fat phobic comment that she made. And so she had to go to her private group chat and her friends and be like, hey, somebody told me about this, but I'm not sure. And they were like, no, you were off for that. So maybe we should talk about that as a crew. Like, this is why this was like fat phobic, And so that's something that she said that she was able to work through because her community had faith in her, that she could be a better person. And that was something that they called her to continue improving upon. So go ahead, everybody.
Yeah, well, before we switch over to like this D'Angelo topic, if any of you all have thoughts on that, I also want to say it's hard though, because I'm like, I want to say that the people who are in some of these content creators communities can hold them accountable. Like, like for example, like if I was being fat phobic, I have like maybe one friend that I can privately ask if I was being fat phobic. I don't have a whole community of friends. If anything, I'm trying to hold my friends accountable to not be transphobic, and I'm a thin person. So it's like, I know for myself, I don't have that. I would have to come to the internet in some ways and be like, hey, y'all, was I problematic when I did this? So I think that's where I'm like, okay, I want to put some faith in people's like, smaller communities. But sometimes it's hard to also DM a creator, especially if you're not on the same like follower count as them, for them to take you serious and listen to you. Because again, like people always try to write stuff off as hate or like jealousy or whatever. And it's like, I really want to see you do better, especially like if you don't have a track record. Like some of these creators want to see you always having positive things to say about them before you give a critique. Like people say it all the time, like, oh, I really love your channel, but, and it's like, sometimes like people should just be able to give like a fair critique and somebody be able to take it. But it's hard. I think it's hard to judge. So yeah. So either, we could continue commenting on that or move to D'Angelo.
Yeah, and let's move to D'Angelo because some of these comments are like kind of offending me. So like this ADOS conversation is very offensive to me, but whatever.
It's not the right, first of all, it's not even the right term anymore. Like I was supposed to look up the slideshow because some girl did I'm gonna find the video. Some girl did a very good video on ADOS versus like the descendants of like the
American chattel slavery.
Yeah. Some girl did a video about that and saying the differences. And I thought that was really helpful because I definitely think like the people in the ADOS movement have like kind of tarnished that abbreviation, and now it's time to like use something else.
Yeah, and like I don't know, because that y'all using that ADOS definition has y'all being like anti-Black American. Like y'all do realize that like there are Black American people on here, right? Because like the way y'all are talking about it is like offending me, but like whatever.
But no, I don't think that's the thing. I think
ADOS, you find?
same way as talking about like diaspora conversations, people don't have the range.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, ADOS isn't an offensive term. Yeah.
It's wait, me? No, I won't speak for Jules, but
No,
it's not
I'm talking about Jules.
specific.
Oh, no. ADOS isn't offensive. The way that y'all are talking about it is offensive. Like, because I'm not an ADOS person, but the way that y'all are talking about Black Americans is like hurting my feelings. But,
Yeah, because I think it's similar to like, what's it called? Jewish, like being Jewish and like being Zionist, and people conflate those things similar to like how people conflate maybe like a Black American will just be interested in the ADOS movement, because the ADOS movement, like that movement is problematic. Like the people in there, like they be saying some problematic things. And again, people don't just know this. Like I didn't know that. Like when I see ADOS, I was like, oh, okay. Like people maybe a year ago or 2 years ago used to comment on my videos like, oh, like what do you think about the ADOS movement? And I'm like, oh, that sounds fine. When I Google it, like just do a brief Google. But then when I see all the like issues, then I'm like, oh, like when I do my research, I'm like, okay, I know what's going on. And ADOS is separate from just anybody being a Black American like on the street. But again, like if you don't do your research, you just be out here saying anything.
And someone says, like, what's offending me? Something here says, my issue with ADOS is that it's essentially American nationalism, and Black Americans are not being offered the same rights other Americans are, so the politics don't add up. I don't really know what I'm supposed to do with this comment. Like, that, like, I'm not an ADOS person, but, like, the politics that Black Americans preach, like, I don't really feel like it's that, but whatever.
I think this goes back to what Tiana just said. Yeah, some people, they don't have like the Carfax, you know? They don't have like the Mario Kart, like mushroom. They don't have the range. They don't have the juice. Like they don't have what is necessary to maybe have this conversation. So I'm a little concerned. Okay, and you know what? I mean, I am looking at these comments. And actually, I want to absolve myself in this conversation because I'm not completely DACS. So I definitely want to leave this up for Jules. But I feel like xenophobia is related to American nationalism. We can talk about it. However, I hate diaspora wars. So just real quick, because I feel like it's COINTELPRO. I really do feel like there are like ops that say really interesting things on the internet to incite chaos in like Black communities. And I think I had said this when I had shown my non-automaton form where I had made a claim that one of these accounts on Twitter that was spewing anti-Black American sentiments on Twitter, I was scrolling and I found out that this person was like a bot, and they were like controlled by this account from like somebody in Ukraine, and they would literally switch up their identity like Drake every 6 months. So, you know, beware with that. In terms of like the anti like Black American sentiments, I'm just like reading some of these comments, and it's unfortunate. I feel like people are conflating issues of what they see people spectacleize around like maybe ADOS or like movements with Black American people, like complete groups of Black American people institutionally. And I feel like that's very, you know, that's a lot.
And like I am Black, and like I have 2 Black American parents. Like my grandparents are Black American, so like when y'all say these things, like y'all are talking to a real person who is Black American. So I just want everybody to know that in the comments, because like the other day there was this tweet and it says, one day we're going to have an honest conversation on how Black American culture and has always been forced down our throats everywhere in the world. Y'all call it obsession, but it's our clear perspectives are different. Like, come on now, please, bro. Like, please, like. But yeah, let's talk about D'Angelo.
Yeah. Honestly, where I'll end with this is like I've started to talk about this with my friends, and I think like some people have started to talk about this, some who are Black American and some who aren't. I almost feel like the public internet is not a safe space for Black people to grieve about interpersonal quarrels like this anymore, because I feel like these platforms greatly benefit off of seeing us be really sad about this. I feel like we should have this conversation like privately, like as a group, like a private live stream. Because I'm seeing some like really interesting comments. So yeah, D'Angelo Wallace.
D'Angelo Wallace. Oh boy. Um,
So I will say, I saw one girl on Twitter give a really good reaction to one of his videos that he posted, which when she gave her reaction, I couldn't watch the video because I'm like, as some of you all know, I divest. Like I don't care to watch something and be upset if people I trust, like, okay, like if Jules and Q get on here and say such and such did a video, it was triggering and problematic, I'm not gonna watch it to give my commentary because I trust certain people's opinions. So again, there's this girl on Twitter. She said that he made a recent video, kind of excusing racism and kind of saying reverse racism type of stuff to his huge audience of like mixed race. I would say mainly his audience might be mostly white. So yeah, that was. I mean, I've seen that coming because like you get a vibe, like you get a vibe from some people who you know that could be a take or a turn they're gonna take.
yeah, I feel like with D'Angelo, a lot of the times he gives me vibes that he's kind of like tap dancing for like white people, which maybe that's like problematic, but I really do feel like he kind of just like says whatever white people want to hear or like whoever his audience is like interested in. And also it's just like he's always talking about like these like white influencers and like whatever, but and then in this Shane Dawson video, he's like making it a point to make an entire section on Shane Dawson's racism, but then your in real life politic is completely different from what you're putting Shane Dawson up to task for. Like I just don't understand where is the dissonance coming from? Like where is this dissonance coming from? And you know, with D'Angelo, it's like I feel like a lot of the time, like he really is kind of just like there to like talk about like the pop culture thing, and people really shouldn't be looking to him to provide any type of critical theory or any type of thoughts on race that are going to be compelling or interesting. Like once again, you have to stop like giving these influencers like this much power in these types of conversations because they're not here to do that. But yeah, someone else talk.
I was gonna say that he gives the vibe that it's easier to talk about overt racism rather than implicit racism or not overt racism. I think some people, it's so easy to be like, yes, blackface, so racist. Yes, caricatures of black people, so racist. Yes, aligning yourself with someone like Jeffree Star, racist. But I feel like some people don't understand all the other terms of racism and nuances. Like, for example, like I think when he talked about the Cuties film on Netflix, like there was so much outrage, but a lot of that outrage wasn't really critical. And then it's totally fine. Like if some people saw Cuties and was immediately outraged, they can also come back a few weeks later or days later and be like, oh, my outrage was kind of misplaced. I learned more and here's a better analysis. But again, it's so easy to see something that's overtly racist, call it out on YouTube, get a bunch of views and make white people feel good because they don't relate to that. Some of them don't relate to that overt racism. But if D'Angelo was to talk about how maybe his white viewers cherry pick him and watch him as one of the few black people they watch for whatever reason, that's also a form of racism. Like him, again, excusing or trying to even insinuate that black people could be racist is problematic on his part. So again, you know, whatever his age is or not, again, he could know better. Because again, Jules, you on here at like what, 17 and you giving good takes.
I'm 18. I'm definitely 18. Relax.
Wow.
Relax. Yo, I caught that. Yo, she thought she was slick, bro. Like she just slipped that in there like I wouldn't notice.
But yeah, I don't really watch him like that no more.
I think, and honestly, I think where I had to disengage was that Cuties video because, like, he said he didn't even watch the film. I feel like it was giving very flat lay, very 2D sticker, you know, 2D, 64-bit pixel Mario Kart, you know, Mario game analysis. And he said he didn't even watch the film and he was trying to make critiques around the way these children, which a lot of people, the way that they commented that movie, I felt were a lot of dog whistle terms around Black people and twerking and the way that bodies were seen as children. And I'm just like, you don't really, yeah, he didn't watch it. He literally said, oh, I don't need to watch it to say fuck off, you know? And I'm just like, this is a spectacle. Like I'm not, okay, Tim Foyle hat on. I low-key felt like he was paid to like say some of the stuff that he said in that movie or in that video. I was just like, how can you like not? Okay, I'm gonna have to go and check because I do remember one of the videos that he put out. He explicitly said, "Oh, I haven't even watched the full thing, or I didn't even watch it, and I just can say don't watch it, don't look at it, etc., etc." But I will go ahead and go and check on that. But yeah, concerns around like you don't really have the range. And I think like somebody said a really interesting comment, like he's young, he can grow. And I'm like, okay, then why talk about like spectacle? Like, why talk about these things then? Like, if you don't have the range and it's something you don't really want to be held to task for, then like, why not talk about anything else? Like, people love you. The girlies love you. Like, why not just talk about the color of the sky? Convince people it's purple. Like, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, and again, it goes back to, yeah, he's young, but at the same time, he understands the magnitude of his platform. So I think, and again, it just goes to like some people when it's like, you should know better. You should know better. I think, yeah, that's just what my next thing on him.
All right. So speaking of D'Angelo, do y'all ever feel like some of these like black people who are like really, really popular on the internet are like being paid to say things or like being like coerced into doing certain things to like appeal to a certain audience? Because I've kind of like noticed that like more and more. Like sometimes I'm giving people the side eye who are like who have these like huge platforms on these social media accounts. Like for example, like if you know Keon on Twitter, he's really funny and he's like nice, but sometimes he'll like say something and I'm just like, there's no way that he's not getting paid to do this. Like there's no way.
Really?
Yes, bro. Everyone in the black community hates this, and it's just like you love it, and then it gets like 100,000 100,000 likes. Like, bro, something is not right. And that's how I feel about D'Angelo. Like, sometimes I feel like D'Angelo is really getting paid to talk about certain things, or he's getting, like, coerced into talking about certain things because they know that, like, he knows that if, like, he talks about it, like, people will see, like, a black face, and they'll be like, okay, like, I'm gonna support black people. And then he'll, like, give them whatever they want. So, you know, he can be, like, the minority pick, and then he can also, like, appeal to, like, that audience. But I don't know. Maybe I'm reaching, but I don't know.
No, and like not to sound like a conspiratist, you know, I know I'm joking. I'm not trying to sound like that person, but some YouTubers have talked about kind of the rise of undisclosed sponsorships and how that was working out in 2014 to like 2018 until the FTC had to really just crack down on everything. They had to crack it all down. So there are sometimes I kind of see people, the way that they talk about stuff, and I'm just like, yo, were you paid for this? Like, were you paid for this? And actually, to also validate Jules, some people actually are paid for this. Okay, listen.
See, I knew it.
You knew I have to come with the receipt. So actually, this has to do with like Politico stuff with the Bill Gates Foundation. Hopefully they don't shut down your life, Tiana. So I'll just censor everything I'm about to say. But actually, the Billy Goat Gates Foundation, they actually do pay like certain YouTubers in like grants. And coincidentally, they're now talking about the great stuff the Gates Foundation is doing with spraying the air with dust to combat global warming, you know? I don't know if you guys saw this, but even like political campaigns, like people will like make a donation through like a PAC, I believe. No, I think I got the order reversed, but certain government officials will pay certain Twitter people through like quote unquote grants. And suddenly you see them talking about all these things. And Saucy, your cat is so cute.
Oh, wow. Yeah, because you know with Keon, like I'll notice that like he'll say like one thing, and then he'll be like calling out like anti-black racism, and then like the next tweet will be like about like K-pop, and I'm just like, there is no way, like there's really I don't believe this. I do not believe that you are tweeting to your audience of 300,000 people about K-pop right now, who are mostly black people, and then the tweet like blows up. Like, I just don't believe it. Or he'll talk about musicians who are like not liked in the black community. And it's just like, I don't believe this. Like, I do not believe this. Someone is getting paid. There is a check being cashed. There is no way. There's no
Well,
way.
I think like the conversation started with TikTok when like people were like, well, why are all these people making dances to certain songs? And there were like, what's it called? What is that? Music industries, whatever, started paying TikTokers to dance to certain songs. And then it starts like that. And as a rumor, and then it's a crackdown on you have to start disclosing these things because the rumor was true. And I think, again, money talks. Like, again, these people, and again, I think like Keon, maybe, don't he have a YouTube channel or something?
Yeah, he does.
So it's like when some people, are in like a pinch, they need money or whatever, or they see their career being blown up on social media or whatever, they start to do questionable things for that money. And I'm like, that's why it needs to be a real conversation on how much money we need to survive. How in what ways are we going to rely on our immediate community to make ends meet? Because it'd be a dog eat dog world. The girls will have these big platforms and not care that people are impressionable listening to them and do these contradictory things and then gaslight or just make us seem like we're ridiculous when we call them out for being contradictory. Like, again, if you are pro-Black, like it's kind of like you can't be pro K-pop. Like, I'm like, the stuff I know about K-pop, I don't listen to it, but I'm hearing how these K-pop people be like copying what's it called? What was that group with Omarion? They be copying their dances, just doing Black people stuff, basically.
Yeah. And I know someone's probably recording this and is gonna like post it on Twitter and like he's gonna find it. But like I don't hate Keon or anything or like dislike him. I'm just saying that like sometimes I just feel like monetary incentive is involved. And like with K-pop, like the biggest K-pop group, I'm not even gonna say it because they're gonna find this video, but the biggest K-pop group in the world has videos of one of the people saying nigga on stage. One of the people in the group used to have fucking locks, bro. Like literally used to have locks, used to say nigga. Like there is literally videos of them being anti-Black, and this is the biggest K-pop group ever. Biggest K-pop group ever has number ones on the Billboard charts in America, like packing out stadiums in America, like MetLife. Like it's crazy to me. So for like Keon to like be promoting these groups who are anti-Black, I just think that it's just weird to me. Like I don't really understand. But once again, I could be reaching.
What is that? That was not me.
Is there a ghost?
Yeah,
Have the aliens arrived? Like,
let me take this person out because that's
I don't know what that was, but yeah, that's all I gotta say.
Yeah, like no, but yeah, like what is it? Amanda BB. She kind of talked about this. She was like, listen, like the FTC told YouTube, like, you guys really have to stop with these undisclosed sponsorships. And then suddenly people started seeing like the FTC disclosure because they started doing like a money trail. And then in terms of like TikTok and the money, listen. Behind the scenes, like I have heard very interesting gifts. The best way
look, that's one thing. We haven't heard bad stuff about Amanda.
Oh, no. She was just calling out. No. Amanda was just talking about like the beauty industry in terms of how people used to get paid, and how companies found ways to pay beauty influencers without them necessarily disclosing it, even though they should have.
I was just saying that she remained on brand. Nobody was in the chat dragging her.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
Okay.
Hey,
what's up?
so I'm loving this conversation. But I did have a comment to say about the whole K-pop thing and TikTok. So with the whole K-pop thing, Korean rappers, Japanese rappers, definitely gentrifiers. Like literally they have afros, they have locks. And why doesn't anyone ever talk about it? It's like we literally just let them slide and think that it's cute and cool that they're, trying to be down. But it's like whenever we do anything that seems as like cultural appropriation towards the Asian community, we're definitely going to get a whole bunch of backlash. But it's like when they do it, it's seen as like being cute or whatever. And the whole TikTok thing, first of all, I don't know where these TikTok artists are coming from. It's like every day it's a new one that's blowing up and everyone's just hopping on the bandwagon. No originality. I don't know. It's just too much.
Yo, you know what this made me think of? I have listen, and I've talked to some people behind the scenes, like some people who are in entertainment and some people who aren't. And I was like, I low-key want to do this show where we just pick somebody from the audience and turn them into like an artist in like 6 months using TikTok. Because the way that this stuff works, if only people knew,
Yeah.
But
Nah,
when
nah,
you guys,
nah, nah. Like, come on.
but when you really think about it, y'all, you have to be white for this to happen. You need to be white, skinny, and just aesthetically pleasing. You need to shop on Shein. And if you have that whole look, people are gonna gravitate to you. Like, do you guys watch Victoria Paris? She's a TikToker. She's a white
Okay, no.
TikToker who moved
No, I
from
haven't heard her.
North Carolina to New York. She literally blew up in the span of like 3 months and got 1 million followers. And she fits that standard. White, skinny, can do whatever she wants, I guess. And people just stand her.
Oh, is she one of the TikTokers who like make content about like New York, but they be living in like the Lower East Side?
Yeah, but she does the whole thing where she, tries to be relatable. And I used to like her in the beginning, but now she just does too much. Like, she's becoming just like the other influencers. And I'm just like, is it just something that's always in your personality, or do you just try to act like everyone else to fit in, like unconsciously?
Oh God,
Hi, I
not
just want
this.
but that makes me think of what Jules said, like when he was whispering, plant, industry plant. And okay, I kind of want to say something about the D'Amelios. We'll keep this between our stream. I'll keep this between our stream. I don't know if people know this. Allegedly. Okay, I have to throw on the allegedly. Fine. Throw on allegedly. D'Amelios, their father made a deal with somebody, an exec at TikTok, the US branch, the North American branch. And they had been working on this like collaboration and partnership, golfing buddies, all sorts of stuff. And that was how they were able to secure the D'Amelio, blood ritual. I'm joking, at TikTok. People don't know this, but like their father had actually made a deal, and they had known somebody at the C-suite level at TikTok when TikTok was making its way into North America, and they were trying to find who was going to be like the front of this. Obviously, we're going to steal this shit from like Black people, but like who's going to be like the white face of this? And so I don't even think people know that's actually how they will continue to put her at the top, allegedly, whatever. Just in case there are any like A&Rs here, and or anybody who works at TikTok here, just. But people don't know this, but this happened.
Okay, but you guys know the crazy part about them is, do you guys ever even see them on your For You page? Like, you never see these people, but they have millions of followers. Like, who is following them, literally?
Oh,
And it's not until, like, one of them, is it Charlie? I think it's Charlie. Like, she made, like, some spam account that I saw her on my For You page. Like, she does not exist, literally.
Grapes, did you want to say something? Because I thought
Yeah, yeah, thanks. Well, I was gonna say about the undisclosed sponsorships. I remember I was on TikTok once and I saw this couple, this interracial couple. It was a Black girl and like an Asian guy. He was tall, they were beautiful. And then they made a TikTok. It was like their first time posting ever. They made a TikTok of them together in the car, blah, blah, blah. It got like 1 million views or like 1 million likes. And I think either a couple hours later, or a couple days later, they posted something being like, oh, yeah, we met on Bumble. And I was like, was this an ad? I literally had to comment. And some people were like, yeah, that's so weird. That like, because on TikTok, there's so many Bumble ads anyways, like if you scroll. And I swear to you, the TikTok literally looked like an ad, but like to get people on Bumble, to get into their like interracial, I don't know, like that's what it gave. So I think a lot of undisclosed sponsorships is happening right now, like in a
yeah.
new way, like really like next level. Because I
And isn't that
swear,
illegal? Like, isn't it illegal to not disclose
yeah,
the
but
sponsorship?
it's well,
They don't care.
they do it.
Oh my God.
Like there was, and listen, there was this. I forgot who had kind of tweeted this, but somebody had said something that I'm like, I thought people knew this, but I guess not. When like rich people give each other gifts, or like when people are exchanging like high profile gifts between people who have a lot of money, that's money laundering. So like when you kind of see, and I'm not trying to go there with like beauty influencers, but when you see like a name redacted naked mole rat from Kim Possible go on a beauty trip to Bali or like Cabo, and suddenly they're being handed purses or items worth like $50,000. They're like, oh, I'm gifting it to you. Like, there was clearly a transaction made. Like, think of Meek Millie, hashtag Mickey Mouse, laughing with his teeth, giving the billionaire that contributing to like that car. And it's like, why would a billionaire have wants or dreams? I think Jesus said this. He was like, what billionaire has a want or dream? Clearly this was money laundering. Also, I find it ironic that Meek Millie, hashtag Mickey Mouse, was here contributing all this money for like a Rolls Royce, but was making children in the hood of Atlanta do push-ups for $20. No further comment. No further comment.
Yo, you know what's so interesting? Like, if you were living in not even New York, but if you were living in the tri-state area during his come up in Philly, you remember when his music used to be played everywhere and you watch his come up. So seeing him act like this now, especially where he came from, is fucking nuts. Like, these black celebrities really have no fucking integrity.
It's embarrassing. And I seen somebody tweet something saying like, oh, they want like ads or sponsored things to look more like natural and not so like commercial or whatever. And I'm like, no, I want them to stay looking commercial so I know how to spot it, because yeah, like I don't want it to look more natural. And then just going off of it being disclosed, I think a lot of influencers like TikTokers and YouTubers get mad because they're like, you all want me to disclose, but bigger celebrities don't. And it's like, yeah, you're supposed to do the work to get to the bigger celebrities. We do the work to get to you. You do the work to get to the bigger celebrities, having people disclose. Don't say, oh, it's not fair that they don't get the heat, so I shouldn't get the heat. No, everybody should get the heat to do better, because don't trick us into spending money when for stuff that you really don't believe in, or if it's a scam and, so on.
So, speaking of industry plants, who is actually listening to Olivia Rodrigo? Like, if you're in the chat, if you're on the call, who has heard a song by her? Who has listened to one voluntarily?
I was literally just now thinking that, because it's like, who is okay? I heard her 2 songs that are blowing up on TikTok. Everyone using their sounds, but she's having concerts, like huge concerts, sold out tickets and everything. And I'm just like, she has an album or something? Like, what is this?
Okay, hold on. Hi, Armand. You can speak real quick.
Hi. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Oh, wait, it's breaking up a little. Let's talk again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, my Wi-Fi low-key trash.
Okay, what were you doing? Go ahead.
I would like to call myself to the red table. It's me. I'm the one listening to Olivia Rodrigo.
Okay, we have one. We have one, y'all. We have one.
But wait, I want to say, okay, so I want to say before we, really go into this could be a place where we might not have the range, because I feel like she had a fan base that is like, really young, was listening. I think she was acting in this High School Musical show. So again, we might, clown her, but she might actually have a real fan base. That's not us.
I just want to know, how is Shorty doing Drake numbers? Does that make sense to y'all? How is she taking away Drake's spot?
She's not. She's not.
Numbers are not adding up. Lately, numbers are not adding up. I don't care. And even the TikTok thing that y'all said earlier about like they're never on our For You page, but they have billions of likes. I feel like TikTok, but the likes, I'm still on that, even though I use TikToks. And I love TikTok, but I'm like, it's impossible that you guys are new but have more likes and shit than Instagram, Facebook. The girl has 1 billion likes, like 70 billion. And you've been Facebook and YouTube, even like the Michael Jackson video got 1 billion views, and it was posted in 2009, right? Like the Billie Jean's video lately, it like first reached 1 billion views. But you're telling me all of these new people on TikTok have 70 billion likes? I don't believe it. I'm sorry. It's just impossible. It's too quick. Do y'all really believe? Yeah. Do y'all really believe these people have 70 billion likes?
But it is when even little kids though. Little kids YouTube and everything.
YouTube and I want to say, like, somebody said, like, it's marketed towards teenagers. I am 18. Like, I know that I'm like an older Gen Z, but like I know a lot of teenagers because I am one. Like I don't like none of the people that I know are listening to her. Like I don't understand. Like if her like demographic is 16, 17-year-olds, like my friends' sisters are not listening to her. Like it's not adding up.
Like, even as somebody who does listen to her, like I'm not like a stan or anything. I like listened to the album like when it came out and I enjoyed it. And like I'll listen to a few songs every now and again. But like even as someone who listens to her, I don't understand. Like I too don't know where these numbers are coming from. Like driver's license, the how big that song got, just like, and like I even like watched her TV show, and it's just like I feel like if it was anybody else, like this couldn't have happened. Like like Disney is pushing her. Like I you can't tell me that they're not like Disney is behind the scenes somehow and is pushing Olivia Rodrigo to the top.
Yeah, but a part of me, and again, I'm not like on the side, but a part of me thinks this is how celebrities boomed in the past. Like every celebrity was technically an industry plant before we started to feel like celebrities have to have some authentic following before their music blows up. Like Whitney Houston, Beyonce, like none of these, all of these people I don't want to say Beyonce, but I'll say literally any celebrity. Like you had to get your record deal first. They had to put money into you. They had to push your single for people to like you. So I kind of feel like that's the traditional way. I feel like with Olivia Rodrigo, she got signed because of maybe the little buzz or potential they seen in her on Disney or whatever. Then they put a bunch of money into her and her singles, put a lot of promotion, and people ate it up. I'm like, unless I'm missing something, but I definitely think I'm a part of the people who think TikTok, a lot of those likes and views are bought and paid, because I remember I said something about that and somebody was like, oh, well, a lot of people use it, not just people in the United States. I'm like, I know that. And it still doesn't make sense how this app has all of this engagement that none of these apps ever had before. But I feel like maybe a part of Olivia Rodrigo is kind of like traditional industry plant stuff.
Yeah, and maybe it's like because nowadays we have so much like access to music, and it's like really easy to like come by and find like all these underground random artists that like seeing like the quote unquote like traditional rise is like shocking to us, because like I guess like she's just a breakout star in reality, but like it just feels unimaginable to us because like we're used to like, oh, this like indie hip low key underground rapper I found on SoundCloud and etc.
And I also feel like, okay, I do, like Tiana said, maybe I don't have the range for this because I will say most of like the girls my age are listening to like Baby Sosa and like Busy Banks. Like if you know, you know, but like they're listening to that type of music. And so maybe I really don't know like many like white people. So maybe that is why like I don't really know about her. But I just think like even with like Taylor Swift, like I do hear her music like out like at the restaurants or like, you know, whatever. But I don't know. Maybe I don't have the range for it.
But what the comments are saying, which I kind of agree with, like it's also a lot of little kids. Little kids have a lot of access to like iPads and their parents' phones, and they go on TikTok. So they definitely add on to the views. And it's a whole different community. It's the little kids community and it's the white community that are pushing these artists. And they're bigger than you really think. Like the white community contributes to a lot of like the black artist population with like their audience and stuff like that. So we kind of underestimate them, I think.
I think like it's also interesting to hear some of these comments, especially like because we're black, we're African. Well, I don't like the word African, but we are Black American peoples in the United States, because it's like even though like this like young white demographic are consuming this music and bolstering her up, I get the feeling and like she doesn't have like the cultural pull like that, which I feel like is validated by the African American or like Black American demographic. Like even for white artists, like even for non-Black artists, like if you want your music, if you want to make a splash, you really need to make a splash where Black people are talking about you. And so it's just like, even with these numbers, which I feel like some of it is payola and fake and digitized and bots and pixels, you know, I feel like they're doing everything they can to make sure that she's in front of our face so that there's no sort of confusion on, okay, if we need to give her like a Grammy in like a year, it won't be because we didn't buy her like billboards, you know, so we need to make it believable, whatever it is we're doing, hashtag money laundering, whatever it is we need to do. So, you know, which
Also,
actually, oh, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna just say one thing. Also, I like when I saw Olivia's numbers, she was doing the numbers that I thought Billy was doing. Like when I thought Billy was getting a lot of streams, like nah, like Olivia is like blowing it out of the park. However, I will say it's gonna be interesting to see like what her tour is gonna look like because these numbers are like stadium status. So I want to see if like y'all niggas are popping out to Citi Field to see her. But I guess we're gonna see.
Trina,
Yeah,
did you say?
Oh no, you go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Trina, did you say she'll rent a rapper soon enough? You're blocked. Like, yeah, I think that's so interesting. Like how, oh my God, she's like a Black transformer. What's her name? Nikita? Okay, yes. It's like how Nikita is like, did I say that? Wow. Okay. Oh God. But it's like how Nikita is like spending time with like Coi Leray. And I'm just like, how they kind of like to position themselves around people who could be seen as like these cultural movers. Very, very interesting. But actually, I'm gonna pause. Actually, Armin, you go first.
Wait. Can I just say something about Colorway? Remember when she hanged out with Bad Baby? I don't trust her. That's all I'm gonna say. She's hanging out with
Yeah,
Nikita
no one should
and
trust
Bad
Corey.
Baby.
Yeah.
And Bad Baby, girl. Yeah.
Okay, I just remembered what I was going to say. I was also going to say, like, one thing I hope, like, as people kind of, as artists maybe see these people, that you should definitely believe that there's money behind them, bolstering their numbers and, like, their streaming. Like, I want to know how much records has she sold? And I know we don't really say that, like, you know, as, like, I'm a Gen Z person, like, who's talking about record sales? But I definitely think that if you're, like, an aspiring artist, I definitely would be going for more of like organic growth or just looking for how can you actually be compensated for your art? Because like there's literally this one artist that I'm thinking of, Gum MP3. He goes by like 2 names, Dirty Bird.
Oh my God, you know Gum?
Yes, he's a genius.
Oh my
Like
God.
he's a genius. Like, and we can talk about him. Like, we can talk about him later. But like, Gum is like a really great blueprint playbook for how like a small artist can actually get compensated for their art. And so, like, I really think like as we look at these huge numbers as like consumers, let's say you're an artist that wants to become an artist. Don't look at these people. These top people literally make up, I believe, 98.2% of streaming numbers. So I don't care about streams if I can just sell my music. That's the only comment I want to make. Continue, Armin and Jules.
Well, I was just gonna say, like kind of like piggybacking off like what you said about streaming. Like I remember as Told by Kenya was talking about how, like because of the streaming era, people can like blow up, but like remain niche at the same time. Cause like you can have like your like little group of dedicated fans, and they'll like run your streams up, and now you're doing all these numbers and you're topping the charts. But like, and like you'll see it like even with like Ariana Grande, right? What was that song that she did with Justin Bieber's? I don't remember because I literally never heard it. But that song,
Stuck With You.
yeah, that one.
Oh,
They like went to #1 because they have like all of their loyal fans, but like no one's really listening to it because the song probably just wasn't hit, and it fell off the chart. It like fell down like the next week. And so I feel like it's very easy now for like you to exist in your own little bubble because of this, because of streaming and like how specific it is. And especially since like, people like listen to radio, but like most people get in the car and they put on their aux and then they put on like their own music. So it's like, I feel like it's very easy to be niche now, but like still be big.
I was thinking about that But I was thinking about like something someone in the comments said about how like we're not the target demographic for Olivia, but then it's also like I can guarantee everyone on this call knows at least like 2 or 3 Billie Eilish songs like off the top of their head, and we're not really her demographic either, and she's like around Olivia's age. But so I don't really understand why. Like, what is the dissonance here? Like, I remember like Billie was like extremely popular. Like the sales matched how many people were like listening to her. Like I remember everyone was like trying to dye their hair green, and everyone was like, "Oh come on, y'all know Bad Guy. Like y'all know at least one song by her." But like, yeah, I will say I do know people who listen to Billie Eilish more than I do know people who listen to um Olivia, but maybe that's because she's new. But I don't know. I'm really still trying to figure this out.
I think, well, when Olivia's album came out, again, Twitter does not represent a lot of the conversation outside, but a lot of people were saying that her album made them think a lot about the opportunities that they didn't have to like date in high school, and it became a thing. And it seemed like a lot of like quote unquote adults enjoyed Olivia because it was like, oh, listening to like breakup songs and stuff that they didn't get to experience until their older age. So they were just enjoying it. So I don't know. I think like Olivia is kind of resonating with people because of her push. The push is making people listen to her and realize, oh, I like it, you know? So I think that's what's happening. And I don't know. I tried listening to her album. I couldn't really get through it. I think on like the first song, she called herself an exploited worker or oppressed. And I was like, you know what? I don't think I can go forward. But yeah, I tried.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like a note on like there was an interesting comment about like Lil Nas X. Let me tell you, Lil Nas X, and I can't obviously attest to whether or not he is or not who he says he claims to not be, or he is not be. Okay. But Lil Nas X was in these Reddit threads. He would like create questions from burner accounts saying, oh, I heard this. Who is this artist? What are the lyrics? And he would literally put like the second or third line to a song. And like a few people called him out. Like he deleted it. He deleted these accounts, but there are still screenshots. And if I can find them, I'll give like the source to Tiana so that you guys can like look at it. But he was like called out like, oh, I think the person asking who lyrics these are is the artist themselves. Like he would literally be in Reddit threads. He would be sharing the lyrics everywhere in like really underground forums to make people talk about it. I believe like he obviously was like a Nicki Minaj, like he ran like a Stan account. Like I think he parlayed some of that audience and moved them over to when he started talking about music more and more until he closed the account and then of course came out with his like actual identity. So like he was doing a lot of stuff. And he's a troll. He's a professional troll. So very much needed.
Yeah. And I will say with like Lil Nas, I feel like his music isn't good enough for all of this like fucking, I don't even know, like all of this like hype around him. Like also, I don't know why he became like the quintessential gay rapper when like Cakes the Killer is right there and he be rapping, like really rapping. And like Lil Nas X has like all of this problematic bullshit that he's done and is like a known like he's like a known person that's like misogynistic. Like he said weird things about Islam. Like I just don't understand why people prop him up so much because of the fact that he is the first like black gay male rapper. I don't know.
I also feel like we need to have a conversation as a society about like the types of black gay artists that do get put on. Cause like there's a very clear trend. Like, you know, you have like your Tyler the Creator, your Frank Ocean, your Lil Nas X. And it's always like it's like very straight passing, if that makes sense. Like the most like palatable you could be. And so that definitely like aids Lil Nas X in his like pursuit because and it's like you can't even like 100% blame only straight people because I feel like queer people also like their queerness in a pretty package, in like the most package. And that's part of why like it works so well for Harry Styles because like he's like he don't even identify as queer, so it's like like you're getting it's like you're getting your what's the word your fix,
Yep.
if you will, from like under the table from Harry Styles and stuff. But anyway, that's
Speak on it.
Yep, that was it needed to be said. That was important take because yeah, I think again, I think one of the things too is like we never have enough variety because people are controlling the variety we get. Like exactly like at this point there's no more first. Like there are so many gay black rappers, there are so many gay black singers, performers, but they just don't get the push that other people get. So it's like almost saying Little Nas X is the first is kind of insulting. And so especially like with people like Saucy Santana and stuff like that. Like Saucy Santana is never gonna get the push that Little Nas X do. And I feel like they're both kind of problematic. Like Saucy Santana doesn't have a clean record. So it's just like there's no more like the first. If anything, like with the first gay rapper, I mean, we could go back to, I don't know, Queen Latifah, Da Brat, like gay rappers have always existed, but of course male. But yeah.
Yeah, and also some people want to put on y'all like Kix the Killer is one of them. He makes like house music. He came up around the same time as Azealia Banks. He's from New Jersey, but he lives in New York. Leaf, Mickey Blanco, like there's a lot of gay rappers from that era who came up who are really, really talented, but they never got the push because at the time it wasn't acceptable to be gay. But like they're really good. Like so I would recommend you listen to them. But like yeah, someone else can go.
this kind of like moving back, and I kind of just because like I missed this part of the conversation, but I had to uninstall TikTok because do y'all ever just be on there and you get the feel that like everyone's laughing at black people and not with black people? Maybe y'all talked about this before, but like whenever I'm on there, I feel like I'm watching like minstrel shows. Like I remember this one girl who go to my college, she like posted so she was doing like the ice in my veins pose, right? And like she was on vacation somewhere for summer, and all 10 slides of her posts were her like in that pose, just in like random places on her vacation. And I was just like, why? Like it feels like a minstrel show. Like in high key, it feels like I'm watching like blackface, and like people think like black people are just inherently funny, and like anything we do is just inherently funny because they take us as a joke. And like it started like seep into like my real life. Like I remember I was telling a story at college, and I used the word yo. I was telling a story, and I was like, so I emailed my professor like yo, and people like started busting out laughing just because I said like yo. And then I was like really confused, but I tried to continue my story, and I said like yo again. And then everyone started like people just like I could say anything remotely in the realm of Ave, and people would like bust out laughing. And so I was just like, it feels like, what do y'all think?
I think I've seen some of that conversation happening recently. I think it started with King Batch. People started calling out his minstrelsy. But yeah, and again, I don't have a TikTok, so the one, you all who have a TikTok can say way more about this. But that's why I'm scared to get on, because it takes like this and stuff. Because I'm like, 1 minute I hear is good, next minute it's the minstrelsy, and I 100% believe it. I don't doubt it at all. I think that's accurate. And go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I definitely agree with what you said. And I actually, it was really interesting because like when I was on Vine, like I was in like middle school. Bless you.
Thank you.
And I remember like people used to like really find like King like Box like Vines like funny and like hilarious. And I remember like seeing those videos, and especially on Vine at the time, like it was a huge trend to like make fun of like black people and especially black women. And I remember when I used to see that, like at the time, like the shit would really like almost like trigger me because I would be like, you really think of me like this? Like, and that's like why I had to like kind of stop talking to white people. because like they would really like show me these videos and be like, yeah, this is like so funny, and I'm like, damn, like I thought I was your friend. Like you see me as this like fried chicken muncher, like for real. It's just crazy.
Yeah, and I was just gonna share really quick that I remember I have an uncle, and I think this extends, like, you know, when we say black, it could also extend to exactly black womanhood, black trans womanhood, and just black gay manhood. Like my uncle, he was saying, like, when I was younger, he would say how like it kind of hurt his feelings that like we would laugh at like anything he said. Like, and I always see my uncle as like a funny person. And then he was like, you know, sometimes it feels like nobody takes me seriously because, you know, everybody's laughing at everything. I remember he was talking about how he like pulled something in his leg, and I almost like busted out laughing. Like, it was like ridiculous. But I remember ever since he said that, I kind of took it serious, and I was like, what, in 7th, 8th grade or something. So I definitely think like when it comes to exactly black culture, as soon as black people do something funny a few times, it's like everything we do is funny, and then it contributes to how we're always performing for people, and you know, people don't take us seriously. And then when we're in pain, nobody takes our pain serious.
And has anyone noticed, like, obviously I can't speak on this, so I'm asking y'all, like, has anyone noticed that like black womanhood has like kind of become an aesthetic on TikTok and on the internet? Like these George Washington girls who be like with the like long ass nails and with the lashes and like with the grown ass edges, and like they be wearing the fucking like
No,
that
literally.
like
No,
that
you have a
tracksuit
point.
look with like the sneakers, and it's just like, come on.
Yeah, literally. Do you know the sound that's like from Nicki? I'm a black Barbie pretty face now. You know that sound, right? On TikTok? If you go under it, it's a bunch of non-black people sing the part of I'm a black Barbie, and it's like, what is going on? And they have the whole aesthetic, the way they move, their nails is done, like lashes, literally how black girls do their makeup is getting commodified too and stolen.
Like, totally agree. And there's like two things I want to say on that. Like, one, yeah, the digital blackface. Like, people will kind of use black women like kind of caricatures to express themselves, and I'm like, no, pause. How are you expressing yourself on your like neighborhood block? Like, what do you laugh at, and how do you explain yourself with the language that you used before you got on TikTok or in your house? Would you talk this way in front of your like auntie, like, or your like uncle, like your parents? Do you talk like this? Do you talk like this?
The answer is no.
The answer is no. Like, you don't talk like this. What is, and actually this reminds me of actually this tweet that was going around where this black girl was like I guess somebody around her, her office or her school was like, oh wow, you actually text like this. And she's like, yeah, I actually do talk like this. Like, I actually do text like this. My family talks like this. We use these colloquials in real life. Like, this is not like a, you know, a cape you can kind of just throw on and like take off.
Yeah. And someone asked like what a George Washington girl is. That's when like those white girls who be looking like George Washington, but like they got their edges laid and they like got a pair of ones on. And to what Q said, like, it's just like, why are you pretending like you're a glow girl, bro? Like, you are not from Chicago. You don't dress like that. Like, take that off, bro. You look stupid. Like, I don't understand why especially black American culture is so interesting for y'all to try on and like make a commodity out of. Like, it reminds me of the people who like take like everything that goes on in Chicago, and like there's a whole like Reddit like a subreddit called Chiracology, and they basically just go through like all of the bullshit that happens in Chicago, and they like treat it as a joke. And that specifically reminded me of when King Von's song came out, and like of Took Her to the O, and like all of these people, especially white people, like really like internalized that and like made that their whole persona, because they think that this shit is like funny and they think that this shit is cool, even though we don't get to do that, because then we get called fucking hood and ghetto and fucking like all types of shit. But when white people do it, like, it's completely fine. Like, I don't understand why we have so much digital blackface going on, especially on TikTok.
I just want to add. I want to add
sorry.
something you said about the white girls getting like their edges laid and everything, but on black people on TikTok are also weird. I literally saw this TikTok of this black girl, and it got like 1 million views, of course, and the comments were like, this was so wholesome. This made me feel so da da da. And it was a black girl braiding her Asian friend's hair. Like she did cornrows, half cornrows, like two cornrows in the front and a ponytail in the back. And I was just like, 1 million views for that. And people were like, wow, this is the content we need, kind of like POC solidarity type thing. And yeah, you just see stuff like that on TikTok all the time, like coonery. And it's like, I thought we were saying last week that non-blacks didn't get braids, but now you're a black person braiding her hair. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know if you guys are following what I said.
So what I was gonna say was that I feel like white people, whether or not they try to or not, they always see black people as being ghetto, because when you see the white girls take on, like, quote unquote hood culture and just go on TikTok and try to make it their own personality, other white girls see that and they're just like, wow, this person is so cool, and they want to copy that style. But whenever they ever saw a black person doing it, they probably just scroll right past it or call it ghetto or just act like they just don't get it, or like, oh my god, this is so weird and different. When the white girl does it, it's like aesthetically pleasing. I guess, like, since the white person is not wearing a bonnet, they're not seen as ghetto. But like when they're wearing their ones, and like, even I would see, the white girls sagging their pants and wearing like, loose pants so they could show their boxers, like just doing the most. And it's just like, black people are literally stereotyped and victimized because of this stuff, but you're making it a whole trend.
Yeah, I think it's really embarrassing because it also goes back to like kind of what we were saying earlier, what Q was saying about like trying to have like interculture conversations, because or inner community conversations, which is really hard to do because it's always going to be like that black person that's like, but my white friend or my non-black friend, like I feel like she's really down or they're really down and they could be in this space and hold this conversation too. And it's like, no, it's like, no, certain things like we can't keep anything because there's somebody who feels like they could, the way they, and again, and it should be common sense. Like, I'm a black person and a whole bunch of other black person exists. So why would you think because you think something as a black person that you have the autonomy and control over black culture that you can administer to other people? And yeah, that's why some of this gets like so like daunting, because it's just like, so you mean to tell me, it's like, you just mean to tell me that we have no grip on black culture anymore, and the way it's like running rampant? Like I would be speechless if I had to explain to somebody that the way I speak is also the way I text, and it's also like there are really white people using the way black people speak solely on the internet, and like once they are not on the internet, they don't even engage in that language. That's strange.
Yeah, and it's especially like when you see black people on the internet, or not black people, but non-black people on the internet, and they're using all types of African American vernacular English, talking about dog and son and cap, child, like all of these things. And it's like you don't even know how to use these words in the correct context, which is why it looks fucking ridiculous. Like, why are you saying that you not from 63rd? Like, we know that you're from Ohio. Like, the fuck are you talking about? And it's like, I can't take you to 63rd, but I can't take you to East New York, and we can show you what it's actually like to live in these places since you want to be there. Just be from there so bad. Like, the shit is fucking ridiculous. Like, I don't know why people really think that this is just something that's like funny or just like a costume or like something that they can put on, and then when they go, back to their high school, they can like take it off. It's just like these are our real lives. I wear cornrows in real life. I dress like this in real life. But yeah.
I just read this whole like I grew up around black people comment, and it's so true, because when you think about like the hood, it's not only black people that live in the hood. You have Hispanic people, Arabs, and everything. But it's like for some reason they always end up appropriating black culture. Just because you grew up in the hood, why do you need to appropriate black culture? Like, what does that mean? Like, black doesn't equal hood. Have you not seen Shameless? Like, they grew up in the hood, but they act like normal people. Like, everyone has their different personalities. You do not need to like have someone else's personality to be considered like in the hood, because I have like friends that I grew up with that are other races, but we grew up in the hood and they grew up going to school with like only black people. But most of them do not act like that because that's not your personality. You don't act like that. You didn't grow up around these types of people in your house. That's not how your parents talk. Why are you talking like that?
Yeah, and I think I recently saw a video on someone. It was like a video of an African guy saying that like, why do people appropriate Black culture? Like they were saying how white people, they'll date any race, like they could date any race, but they don't appropriate that person's race. They could date an Asian person, but they don't start talking with an Asian accent, and that's why. And it even goes for Black people. Like again, I mentioned the Bronx is 33% Black, and the rest is like Hispanic and other groups. And I don't be rolling my R's casually, like, yeah, I just made tostones, but again, I don't be acting like I could speak for Puerto Ricans and Dominicans. Like I know my limits and my bounds, and I pay, respect other people's culture and don't be cosplaying. But when it comes to Black American culture, all of a sudden, if you know a Black American person, you could use AAV without nobody checking you. And it's like, what?
And it's so funny you say that because when I used to live in the South, you could not get away with that. Like if a non-Black person was speaking in a certain way or they were using like the N-word, you would have to listen. They would slap you, backhand slap you, they'd fight you. Like, and I think coming to the North, like especially like upper like Northeast, it was definitely like a culture shock. Like, whoa, these people can just kind of use these words and these dialects and just disrespect. And it's just like, there's no repercussions. And I don't know how that makes me feel. Honestly, I don't know how that makes me feel. It's like, and also like, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. I was just wanted to say sometimes like, I think it really depends on like where you live. Because like I know here in New York, like I think it really used to be, and I kind of still is a thing where like anybody could get away with saying nigga because they lived here, and like Black American culture, like it's kind of like globalized.
It's too hard to check. It's too hard. You
That's
guys,
for real. You cannot say nothing to them because I grew up around because I live in Brooklyn, so I grew up around a lot of non-Black people saying the N-word, but it's so awkward to even tell them not to because it's like they feel so entitled and no one else is telling them anything. So I'm just gonna look like the angry Black woman.
Yeah, exactly. Like now I think it's a little bit better because like before I feel like if you got on the internet doing that, people wouldn't check you. But now it's like if you got on the internet and you're saying nigga, like someone's gonna be like, what the fuck are you doing? And if you're like, I'm from New York, people would just be like, huh? So now I feel like it's gotten a little bit better, but like living here my entire life, like I do notice that like a lot of non-Black people do say the N-word just because, they feel like they grew up around the culture. But I'm glad that now we're getting to a point where like we're policing it. But it definitely is a thing. Like I can't even lie.
But you know what I don't like? I do not like Black people who give the pass because I was in a situation where like I was in a room with like a couple white people and a Black person. This white boy, he said the N-word. I literally almost broke my neck. And then later, I didn't say anything because no one else said anything. Later on, I was talking to my Black friend about it. I was like, we need to check your friend because I don't like that. And he was just like, oh, well, if you want to say something to him, you can, but I don't mind. I'm like, so you're the one that's allowing this to happen. So it's always that one Black person that's allowing it.
That's why like Grapes was talking about weird like Black people on TikTok. Just what are we doing with the gospel music out of some church in Baltimore playing as you cornrow your friend's hair? Like, what's going on? What is going on? What is going on? And then I don't know if Grape said this or Armin said this, but in terms of, or Tiana said this, oh my gosh, but in terms of really talking the way that you type, like it's even with that word embarrassing, are you not embarrassed? Like that is like an actual term. Like that is an actual way, like a manner of how like people from Northeast, like Nigeria talk, like people actually do talk like this. These words actually do have meanings. Like this is literally how like, I don't know, an auntie would flame you.
Yeah. Also, I feel like when it comes to like saying nigga, like I feel like people do it around people who they think they can get away with it, like in front of, because like when I was growing up, I was not really tolerating like my friends saying it, which is, I mean, I don't really have any like non-Black friends, but when I did, I always used to check them, and like sometimes they would legitimately stop being friends with me because I would be like, you not saying nigga around me. But and then also like I'm like I don't like present as like mixed or anything, like I'm dark skinned, so I feel like a lot of the time people are like, I know he's gonna take it the wrong way, so they like don't say it around me. But then other people will be like, he says nigga, right? And I'm like, what? Like that shit is insane. But yeah, it's really interesting who people think that they can get away with certain things in front of like somebody's not going to use like African American vernacular English in front of me because they know that I actually talk like that. So it would be weird, but around like a person who they perceive to be like white passing or like mixed, they feel more comfortable doing it, which is really interesting.
But they also do it to be down, because I've seen like Black people from the hood actually like, amp up white boys when they, say the N-word or try to act cool. And I'm just like, why are you amping it up? Like, yeah, he's eating all this up right now and thinks that he's the man and, he's invited to that cookout. But at the end of the day, that's not cute. Like, you're allowing it, giving him that validation, and one day he's going to say it about the wrong person.
Exactly.
It could be a setup. It could be.
That's literally what I was about to. I was literally about to say that. Wait, hold on. I have to check like the year. Wait, actually, I'm not going to talk about the story. Statutes of limitations. But let me tell you something. You're just going to mess with the wrong one. You're just going to catch the wrong one. They're all going to stand up with you in the basketball like court while you say the N-word and you think it's funny. And the next thing you know, there's a rock in somebody's sock or backpack and they hit you over the head. Just like that. So this oh my God. And like somebody said, okay, Toppy said, or fake invitations to a hypothetical cookout. That's literally, and I agree with you, REC or REC or
yeah. Just say Ray.
Okay, Ray. Yeah, like I agree, because it's just like when Black people sing Maroon 5, they're not inviting us to their like KKK Klansman #trademark, movie cookout. Like they're not inviting us to their gatherings. Like we don't get invited to that just because we can recite some like poem or we have to read like The Tempest by Shakespeare. Like nobody cares. They're like, you're never going to be us. You're never going to be in our crew. Like that's never, ever going to happen. So I do find that interesting with this hypothetical.
And what is that cookout doing for people? I'm confused. Let's say you were invited to the cookout. Like, how do you feel now that you're there? Like, what is that doing for you?
And I will say, like, people are like, someone said people use the N-word as a tool to get closer to individuals of other races. I'm gonna keep it real. My friends are like, if you say nigga around them, they're probably gonna send you on the block at Washington Square to like sell a press sand since you think you about it.
Yeah, Washington Square.
Like, I don't know. Like, I really think that it depends on who you hang around. Because, like, my friends are not letting people get away with that shit anymore. I don't think they ever did. So,
but you know what I find so annoying? Okay, we're having this conversation right now, but it's like, this will never happen to any other people of color, which is why I feel like we are not all the same. Black people are always fighting for the same things, but it's like, when it comes to Asian people, what the whole entire country is gonna be like going at it, like, yeah, we need to protect them, or like just any other people of color. But it's like when Black people are talking about something, we're seen as being too sensitive, or some people don't care, but the other races that are people of color stand together regardless.
Like, I totally agree. Like, there's literally two examples that I'm thinking of. Like, there was somebody that tried to use like an Ashkenazi Jewish Ashkenazi Jewish colloquial, and they were not an Ashkenazi Jew. And literally the person was like, who the fuck are you talking to? Who are you talking to? Who told you that? Who? And this person literally called them out in just a public space. This happened in public. And they're like, why do you even think you can speak to me? Are you dumb? Are you stupid? Is it imbecilic? Like, what is going on? Another situation happened with like a Vietnamese person. Like, there were a bunch of like Asian people, and this, like, I believe this person was white or like Latina. They had used like a Vietnamese colloquial slang as a joke, and they all looked at her like, I should slap you. I should slap you with a frying pan. Like, I really should, because who do you think you're talking to? So no, like, you can't get away with just using other people's colloquial slangs or kind of language, which is why I kind of think about what Tiana said about like, we do need to gatekeep it. It's not for everybody. Like, it's not for everybody. It reminded me of this one TikTok I saw where somebody was explaining like a Black American vernacular English slang on TikTok. And I'm like, why would you even answer? Like, it's not for you to know. It's not for me to explain. Like, I can explain it for other Black people, or if I'm teaching like a child, like, but why does this white person need to know? Like, when white people kind of make this, oh, golly, Jimmy this and that, ha ha ha, and they laugh, and you're like, oh, what do you mean by that? They're like, oh, no, I was just saying, hey. They don't even explain it. They're like, oh, no, it's nothing. So I agree.
And this is why, like I was saying, we're just really not the same, because when all these like political things happen with other races, Black people are the first people to stand together because we know how it feels like to be a minority. Like, we're always like, yeah, of course we're going to support you and this and that. But why are we literally, like, when we're fighting for something, it's only Black people, and all these other races are trying to like tiptoe around it. They're trying to be careful. They don't want to say nothing, or they're claiming, oh, I'm uneducated about it. But when it's their situations, they want you to literally read every single textbook there is to know about it so you can say the right thing. But it's like, why am I fighting for this? Like, and it's like, it's crazy because yes, we're all minorities and we all should stand together, but we can't. Unfortunately, we can't, because we're not the same. We never will be until they want to actually join over on this side. But at the end of the day, it's our time to really gatekeep and let them know we're gonna act just like how they be acting.
You know, the situation is really interesting to me because it's just like I'm not seeing a lot of this smoke that we're giving like Stop Asian Hate for Black issues. Like when motherfucking what was it, that church got shot up, Dylan Roof shot up that church and he killed like 9 Black people. I was not seeing any type of Stop Black Hate. I was not seeing any type of we need to, fucking have a crime, like a like hate bill. And like for when Akai Gurley got killed, and that was here in New York City, that was really in New York City, right? There was no Stop Black Hate bill. He literally killed him for no reason because he was in his building, and they had a fucking parade, like a protest parade. All the Asian people came out and had a parade for him, and he killed an unarmed Black man for no reason. And it's just really like our issues are not treated the same. Like that one incident happened, and but Black people have been getting treated like shit in America for years, like hundreds of years. We've been getting treated like shit.
Yeah, somebody in the comments was just like, there's a lot of ethnic group slurs that they don't even know about. And it's so true. Like, people are getting canceled left and right for saying things related to like another culture, religion, or race that no one even knew about. But it's like, educate people about it. There's things that we never know about because you guys gatekeep your culture, you gatekeep everything, and we don't even try to get into it because we respect that. So obviously, we're never going to know. So now that there is TikTok, and TikTok literally has every single thing on it, and everyone's on TikTok, take that as an opportunity to just like let people know, because some cultures are so like closed off that I literally know nothing about them except for the fact that they exist, literally.
Yeah. Oh, Q, were you gonna say something?
Oh, no, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to say, like, again with the Stop Asian Hate thing, like, I think her name was Natasha Harling. Like, what was that? Was that right? I don't really know. But whoever the Black girl who got killed in the beauty supply store was literally killed by an Asian shopkeeper for allegedly stealing like a 99-cent juice. She wasn't stealing the juice. She turned around, she shot her in the back of the head. There was no type of Black hate bill for that. No Black hate bill for that. Black people have been getting terrorized in this country for years. There has been no hate bill at all. But this has been going on for 1 year, and they get a bill through Congress. They get a national media campaign, and it's taken seriously. Like, they're getting actual legislation passed. We got fucking dumbass Nancy Pelosi kneeling on the kente cloth in the fucking Senate chamber. Like, our struggles, yeah, Latasha Harlings. We don't get any of the shit that they're getting. Like, we literally got fucking scraps. But and these Asian hate crimes, I read a figure and it was like 88% of these fucking hate crimes against Asians are committed by white people, but we are being made the focus. 88%. It makes no fucking sense. It's it's anti-Black sentiment. That's literally the only explanation that I have for this. Like, our issues really are not treated the same.
Tiana, you got me weak right now. She said, I'm doing my skincare regardless.
Oh no, I thought Armand took himself off mute.
Oh. Oh yeah. I agree with everything Jules just said. And so I'm kind of like backtracking, but I'm like, go bring it back forward. So like my experience with like the N-word and like non-Black people. So like I'm from Nashville, and the way our segregation is set up when people be like, "Oh, I grew up around black people," I'm kind of like, "No, you didn't," because like we have like very distinct like this is the black part of town, this is the like Kurdish part of town, this is the Hispanic part of town. Like it's like very distinct, and like very rarely do like it doesn't mix because like segregation is still like very much a thing. And so what you'll find is that even though like for example um m- the Middle Eastern community or like Arab community, even though they'll have like very little interaction with the black community because of segregation and because even like with schooling, like like this school is a black high school, this school is a white high school, this school is a Arab high school, this school is a Hispanic high school. And then sometimes for uh like there's like one high school that's like a mix of Arab and Kurdish, and like they have like there's like a whole like war between like the Arab and Hispanic community at that high school, but that's none of my business. But even though there's like minimal like interaction, I was like you'll still find that like they still use the N word. Like you like stroll across a like an Arab person from Nashville's page, and like in their captions they'll be using the N word, et cetera, even though they have minimal interaction because like we like just because the way the city is set up, we don't go to the same places, the same schools, the same infrastructure. So it- so it's like I just find that like really shocking and really weird that like just like you don't even need to like be near black people, you'll just like find your way there. You like they don't need to be near us, they'll just like make their way. And like and then that's like another thing, because like another excuse is where people are like, well, I was like around mostly black people, so like I had to like assimilate in, and so I like picked up Ave and etc. And it's like here it's like not like that, so it's like you chose to like assimilate into it, if even if assimilate is like the correct word, because it's like I feel like when you use the word assimilate, you're like insinuating like there's like a level of like colonization going on there, but it's like you're like actively choosing Black American culture to be your personality now, even and then like even if it and then it's also very selective, because like you can tell like it's very specifically for fun, like it's for fun, because like because like when people get into like quote unquote professional spaces or like white
Mhm.
spaces, they like drop it and immediately go back to like what their original like culture was, or like assimilate themselves into white culture. So it's like it's very obviously for fun, for entertainment, and it's just like I just like would really like to know like what do you find like just so enthralling about Black American culture? And then like bringing it forward. So at my high school, there was like an incident where um this dude was trying to give out the N-word pass, and it was like quote unquote some kind of joke in his friend group. He was like the only black person in his friend group. And like the joke was like he was gonna like print out like a whole certificate and like give it to one of his Middle Eastern friends, and it was like supposed to be a joke between them, but then somebody like took a screenshot of it, or like took a picture of it. And this was like one of them high school TV shows where like one person sees something and then they send it to like this person and then it goes to this person, and then there's somehow like a class group chat. Well, my school like did have a class group chat, and it like got in there and like everyone saw it at like the same time, and it was like one of those like, oh my god, you're whispering in the hallway type thing. And then like he was fighting for his life inside that class group chat, because like people like ran him down on that. So so like he was so like I think black people do stand up, but I also do see what y'all mean about like sometimes like black people like let it happen. And I feel like that's just like a different socialization. So like non-black people of color largely for the most part are like first or second generation immigrants, while like black Americans are a like non-immigrant group because like slavery and then like annexation and colonization, that's the word, colonization. So it's like that there I feel like there's a difference of socialization between like black people and non-black people of color due to like the nature of our presence in this country as like one being to an extent because I people immigrate. I don't like completely saying like immigration is voluntary because like people are like in life or death situations where they really don't have a choice. But like compared to like slavery, there's like some sense of like autonomy in it. But due to that nature, I feel like there's a different socialization and like where like it's like supposed to be like black people are being colonized. Like that's the way like we think growing up as black people and people in general is like yeah, the black culture is supposed to be colonized. It's supposed to be like a well for all of us to dig into. But that's just kind of like I thought I was doing.
Yeah. I gotta like kind of go. So I just want to say like one more thing to kind of like bring it back. If you live in New York City, please vote for someone who does not support police expansion. This brings it back to the Stop Asian Hate thing. Andrew Yang does want to fucking increase the police to get rid of that. We all know how the police acts in our communities. And like honestly speaking, like of what you were saying, like New York City is extremely segregated. Like black people live together, Asian people live together, like Latino people live together. Like so when people say like we all grew up in the same culture, it's like did we really all grow up in the same culture? Did we really? Because like for Asian people, for example, you know, if we're talking about going to schools, like y'all all go to school in the same like areas. And then when y'all get into these specialized schools, y'all are the largest minority there, and they accept like 3 black people. Like at Stuyvesant, there's like 3 black people living there, and this is like the fucking racist infrastructure that we have in the educational system, in the government, like all of this shit, and like we really need to like work. I feel like as a community of like better policing ourselves, so we can like put ourselves in a better position for this, like all of this stuff. So yeah, like I said, please vote for somebody who's not going to increase policing in New York City because it's very important. Yeah, thank y'all for having me. I hope y'all have a good night.
Good night.
Yes, Send-Off. Thanks for coming.
And Armand, I just wanted to comment on what you were saying about like Arabs and like them saying the N-word and stuff. It's crazy because them and like Asian people who live in the hood, they say the N-word all the time. But it's like what's crazy is we will never actually they don't ever see us as equal no matter what and no matter how much they try to appropriate our culture. Because when you think about their families, imagine them bringing an Asian man or an Arab man bringing a black woman into their home. That's a whole thing. That's a whole conversation to be had. If you have to like have a whole conversation about it and it's just seen as like not a good thing, then like why are you trying so hard to appropriate the culture if you don't actually even want them to be into your family? When you think about it, why are we always like Black people are the only people that are always trying to expand into other races and trying to fit into other races. When you think about these other people in their countries, they literally just like stick to themselves. Like they have their own stuff, their own everything. They don't try to be a part of our culture. So why do we want to be a part of theirs?
So one thing I was going to say to connect this is maybe something that like some of us can relate to, or something that is not like so black and white. But like me personally, I was more cautious of using like lingo that the gay community use, because I feel like a lot of like black women, like black cis straight, black women would use like gay slang and are homophobic. So like at certain like like certain gay slang was rising. I mean, like everybody has co-opted shade and tea already, but like as like, you know, It's Giving and all these other things started to get popular, like I was a little like hesitant about saying them because you see it so much, so then you just start picking up on it. And I was just like, you know, worried about that because I'm like, you know, if the LGBT community is like, hey, stop using our slang, especially like if you're homophobic or if you're even not homophobic, stop using our stuff. Like that's a very valid thing to say. So I think that can also extend to that conversation. It's like a bunch of people who are using like slang and terms from ballroom and trans communities, and are we on the front picket lines when, you know, trans people are being killed and they have the life expectancy of like what, 25 or 35 or whatever. So I think the conversation extends there on inner community stuff, on how like again and I think when we look more deep into it, like Black trans womanhood influences Black cis womanhood a lot. So again, homophobia, transphobia is so rampant that like I don't think that those conversations will be perceived as well as this does, of just saying Blackness is co-opted. I think if we dig deeper, it's Black, gay, and LG, you know, trans culture is co-opted, and then, you know, it continues. And then I'm gonna join 2 more people. Hey.
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 Yes. So again, you all can backtrack or take the conversation forward wherever you want to comment.
I'll do something real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh, I wanted to talk about like Asian owned businesses and like majority Black neighborhoods. I mean, I guess just like how anti-Black they are, because like I grew up, because for the most part, like most of those stores, like the 99-cent store, the beauty supply, and certain like other convenience stores and stuff like that, like those would all be owned by like East Asian or South Asian people. And I would always get like followed around. They would always have like policies where like you couldn't like return or exchange anything, or like you had to show your ID if you were using a credit card. Bless you. And then they also, I don't know if it's like this in any other state. I'm in New York, but some of the stores have a thing where like they take your bag when you walk into the store. They take it and then they give you like a little like a card with a number on it, so that you can't walk around in the store with a bag. And so that just made me like think about this whole like Stop Asian Hate thing. And I remember like one day, like I was just like thinking about that, and I was like, wait, you know what? I've never seen any of these business owners like outside of their stores. Like I don't know where they live. I don't think they live like in these neighborhoods, but like there has to be like something going on where they're like specifically like coming to Black neighborhoods knowing that like the majority low income, and this is the stuff that like we buy, and like they're like taking money from us. Like, does that happen in any other state? Like, I'm just curious.
It definitely happens in California. I know the same things happen in California, and I'm sure it happens in DC to an extent. DC, Maryland, downtown areas, DMV, I guess. Yeah.
Was DM talking about Asian businesses in different states? I'm just trying to make sure because I walked away from my computer, so I didn't hear anything you guys said.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah, Asian. Your question was, are Asian businesses like in different states? Like,
my question was, yeah, are they like the 99-cent stores and the beauty supplies, like are they there? And then do they also have like those very specifically like anti-Black policies? Also, another thing that I realized is that they never hire anybody who actually lives in the community. And so like I always wonder like where they live, like how they got there, how they opened up their business, and like what is like the whole process behind that, because it's specifically like targeted towards Black people. And like even like those bigger chain stores like Dollar Tree and Rainbow and like Pretty Girl and VIM or Vim, however you pronounce it, like I noticed that they're always in Black neighborhoods and they have those like really weird policies, and it's because they're like specifically like in like low income Black neighborhoods. So I just
Well,
want to know.
yeah, they're definitely, well, like, because I'm from New York City, and Asians definitely, they have their small businesses, they have their nail salons, wig stores, their Chinese food places. They have it here in New York, and they live in the projects uh, with Black and Hispanic people. But I think people have to remember that Asians, when they came here from war zone time periods, and white people placed them in refugee camps that were in the urban areas. So Asians were already pushed in with Black Black people, back then. So Asians, they had their businesses built off of the government's assistance programs, and that was all over, especially with California. Asians, they came here for the gold rush. You heard of that?
Yeah.
They came here, with that in California, and that's how they have a big population over there. And I don't know about other states, but yeah, definitely the East Coast and the West Coast is definitely bigger East Asian populations.
Yeah, I know that like in the West Coast, there's been like a couple like decades of like there being an Asian population, but like here in New York, like I'm just assuming because like I usually hear them with like really thick accents, so I think they like just immigrated or immigrated like sometime like within like the last 10 years. Like I always just wonder like what is going on, you know?
I mean, they always. I mean, you have to remember when immigrants came over here, Black people already felt the way because they felt that a lot of Black people that we were already trying to get ourselves back together, and from slavery and Reconstruction. So when Asians and Hispanics were being pushed into the urban communities, a lot of Black people felt frustrated. Because it almost felt like a competition, which it wasn't. But the thing is, this is where the model minority myth comes in, because white people, they used Asians as the model minority, and they were giving them handouts just like everyone else, but they tried to use Asians as the like the Nazis. The Nazis called, what was that? The Nazis called the Asians the pure Aryans. Um, and so I think with that, saying that, I think a lot of Asians, they kind of took that ideology of feeling like, oh, I'm white people think I'm close to them. Okay, let me assimilate. And white people are like, no, you're not white. We're just using you. And it's still current today. I mean, in somebody comments about Asians with supporting Trump, and yeah, there's a lot of conservative Asians. I think I don't know if I really get with the whole Asian, because there's a thing called AAPI, Asian American.
Asian
I forgot. It's
Pacific Islander. Asian Pacific
yeah, and they have their own movement called Asians with Attitude. And my thing is, this is a theory. My question is, are Asians doing an allyship with Black people, or are they doing it because they realize the handouts are not being given to them anymore, and white people don't see them as who they are? So now they're mad, and now they want to do this woke movement and try to have Black people fight for them. I think that's the conspiracy theory I have in my head, because I'm thinking like, you guys were very much silent when Black people were getting killed, and you live in our hoods. You live in our neighborhoods. You don't talk to us. You want to stay reserved, but then when something's happened to you, then it's like, oh, well, we need people to stand with us. Well, where were you with everyone else? You can't have a culture that's reserved, and then the next minute you're like, I want all people to recognize us. There was a lady that got attacked on the train, and she was like, I have to go outside and struggle to wonder if I'm going to be attacked today. And I'm like, well, you sound like every Black person in society. So it's like, are you just getting your wake up call? I just had an Asian girl tell me how she's learning Asian history in college for the first time, and I'm like, and I'm not saying I can't compare this to Black people because you have a lot of Black folks that still don't know their history and still don't know some things, but I feel like compared to Black and Asians, I noticed that East Asians are very unaware of the system, and they really have this illusion in their head that just because they're in the Ivy League schools and they're in these environments of white people, that white people really like them. It's like, no, they just see you as just somebody with light skin, and no different than K-pop. K-pop, their stands are super racist. And I'm like, of course they're going to be supporting K-pop. They feel like with them having lighter skin, it's a good thing. If they were brown skin, they wouldn't have the same attitude. But yeah, I think I don't know what's happening with this whole woke Asian movement now. It's very interesting. But you guys say what you're going to say.
Yeah. Oh no, go ahead.
Hey, Jules.
Hey, what's up? I'm back in the Tiana community after being kicked out by the conglomerate.
Can I say something?
But yeah, jumping off of what you said.
Oh wait, I think Armand was gonna say.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no, you can go. If you,
Oh, okay. Real quick, I was gonna say that I noticed that when like all that shit happened last year in June with the whole Black Lives Matter movement, and all these companies were like posting like their employee demographics and saying, hey, like we don't have any Black employees, but we're working on it. Like y'all remember all of that? I noticed that like a lot of like non-Black people try to do like a whole like woke quote unquote rebrand, and try to like reposition themselves as like always being like more politically aware and like not anti-Black. And like I've been seeing like certain conversations where like non-Black people and white people especially, they try to like center themselves in like conversations about the police, and they would say like, we're scared of the police and we don't want these people in our communities, when like just 2 years ago you would have not hesitated to call the police on somebody if something went down. Have you guys like seen that, like those like tweets and stuff? Like here in New York, I forgot which park it was, but like the police have been like doing raids like throughout the week, like late at night, and kicking people out of the park and just like
Washington Square
people.
Park.
Yes, Washington Square Park.
Yeah, it's
And
bad now.
conversations that I've been seeing about it, it's just like a lot of like white and non-Black people saying that like, this is our neighborhood, like we don't want the police here, the police are always attacking us. And it's just like, you guys like never spoke like this before, like last year, like you were not anti-police, so why are you trying to like victimize yourself when like you're not even the target?
You know why? Because NYU is over there, and once again, Asians and whites, they work together when it comes to this type of bull crap. They do this thing where they try to support this narrative that they're victims, and they're like, oh well, let's bring out this, this concept that we are attacked, and it's the Black and brown. It's no different back in Ireland, how they have these anti-immigration movements, and they doing this whole blame game of, oh look, Africans are taking our land and taking our jobs. Back in Sweden and whatnot, they're mad that Black people are over there and they're taking over, and it's no different than how whites and Asians are over here. But the problem is Asians aren't white, so I don't know who's going to tell them that, or who's going to convince them, or maybe they need to take some sort of pill to get a wake-up call. COVID made them wake up, because my thing is, you guys, the Asian population, were calling the swine flu the African swine flu, where it came from China, but you were trying to make sure that it was attached to a Black person because, it was discovered by African refugee. It's completely ignorant. It's completely ignorant. I just can't.
And I just want to say one thing about like the Washington Square thing. Like I like Washington Square Park, like it's kind of the chill spot. Like I'm not even gonna lie, but I haven't been to Wash in I think a month, because the policing there is fucking insane. Like Wash is pretty much where all of like the young creatives go to like advertise like their art, or like they sell things, sell clothing, sell jewelry, like perform, like all of that. They have made it so that you can't sell things. The park rangers will like kick your ass if you're trying to sell things. Like, yeah, like the other day there was like a huge like celebration because like New York opened again, and there was like a bunch of black people dancing and like playing music, and they literally shut it down. And like they were being violent towards the people who were actually there. And this is like why I was talking about like the NYPD, because if you live in New York, then you know that the NYPD is fucking crazy, right? And with like Andrew Yang and like all these people who are like running for mayor, who are going to be like elected, the policing is just going to increase, and like things like this are just going to be even more possible for the police to get away with this type of behavior in these spaces where they have no business being, because nobody's even bothering anyone. And like I think it was Dolores said, like they are like, the more policing that happens, it's not like they're going to be policing the white people who live in New York who are actually doing this. They're going to be policing the black and brown people who are living here and going into their communities and harassing them for no reason, while the Asian communities get to be fine and get to prosper while we suffer. So yeah, I just wanted to put that out there.
And
Yeah.
like also, kind of adding on to what Dolores had said. Oh, I'm sorry, DM. Did I cut you off? I'm so sorry.
Oh no, I just said facts to what Jules said. That's it.
No, like and okay, yes, facts to all of you guys. Like Jules, Dolores, like made some really interesting comments. Like, and starting with Dolores, yeah, like I feel like they got their Abba Father moment. Like, oh my God, how could this be happening to me? Crying, talking to God about break the chains, break the chains. How could this be happening to me? And it's just like you realize your precarity, like your situation is precarious and temporary, and you are but a placeholder. And if it wasn't you, it'd be somebody else. And so I do find it ironic. It's just like you up for systems because you're the model minority, you know, model minority, which I think is still a myth. And there's this interesting comment like from True False. This person said, because East Asians benefited the most from the model minority myth, when you break all the different countries down, you see how Southeast Asians don't even benefit as much, Vietnam, Cambodia, et cetera, et cetera. And so I do find that interesting. And actually kind of a note that I wanted to say, especially around like this whole kind of legislation for AAPI hate, is it's ironic because some of these bills, if you read into them, they're just ways for money to be moved into police states and not really to address the fact that these white people don't care about you, and your safety. And I'm just kind of wondering, like, what do you guys think about that? Like, what do you guys think about the fact that even though they're creating this whole hoopla around, oh, we need to protect Asian people, they're not really giving them anything. They're not really giving them anything that's going to save them. Like, I don't know. What are you guys' thoughts on that?
I think that's like the perfect example of like our society, especially our white supremacist society, like weaponizing us against each other in a sense. Because like even with like, for example, like in Reconstruction era with like Irish people, it became, black people are like taking your jobs, black people are destroying your communities, black people are the reason why you can't get ahead. And so like this push, so like with like a lot of like the media surrounding like anti-Asian hate, like I was seeing a lot of like situations where they would like have like a black perpetrator, and then like you would like read into the situation, and I'm like anti-Asian violence definitely increased, definitely is a thing. Not trying to like gaslight anyone on that. But sometimes just so they could have, but like as Jules said, like something like 80% of like anti-Asian violence was being committed by white people. They just so they could like have the black perpetrator, they would like take situations like say like a burglary or like a robbery, which if you like, for example, like the Bay Area, like if you like just look up robberies and burglaries in the Bay Area, they were on the rise because um the pandemic and people were getting poorer and losing their jobs and dying and etc. So like burglaries and robberies were already like increasing just in general because of the pandemic. And so then they would take that and then like prop up the black perpetrator of like the robbery and the burglary and like use that as like the political like image. And so similar to how like it was like the black person who's like gonna come into your neighborhood and like rape your white wife or etc. Just like weaponizing, like weaponizing like the second most like non-black people of color being like kind of like the second in like the tier of like race relations, weaponizing us against each other. And so like I also had a lot to say about like when we were talking about Asian businesses in black communities because I was literally just having a conversation about this. So I'm in the South, I'm in Tennessee, and so like there's definitely like the same trend of like Asian businesses in black communities. For example, like one of the girls I went to high school with, her like parents own a nail salon on Jefferson Street in Nashville, which is like the like black mecca in Nashville. And so North Nashville, which is like the district that it's in, is like in like the top three of like the poorest districts in Nashville. But they live in Bellevue in Nashville, which is one of the top three richest districts in Nashville. And so you see like kind of like a micro colonial relationship where it's like their businesses are in like the poor communities where there are like few options, and so they fill a role and then like collect that money, but then that money goes back to the richer districts where they pay property taxes and etc. in those districts. And so the funding and stuff for like schools and infrastructure gets all like messed up. And there's like a long history of that because like this isn't like during Reconstruction, for example. So a lot of specifically Chinese people immigrated to the Caribbean for work around the time of Reconstruction, and then like as like work in the Caribbean started to dry up, a lot of them started to come to America. And what they found was that if the newly freed slaves, white people didn't want to sell to us. They didn't want us in their grocery stores and etc. They didn't want to sell to us. And if they did, they would make black people pay like a higher price for everything, which is like we're already poor, so like that wasn't working out. And so a lot of like the Chinese immigrants noticed this, and so what happened was they used their connections and stuff from like their families back in China or like in the Caribbean to have like products shipped to them for like a subsidized price, or like for like as cheap as possible because like it's their family sending them stuff. So and then that would come in, and then they could then turn around and sell to Black Americans for a reduced price or for a competitive price that white people were selling because white people are already increasing the prices, and then also because they had connections and could like subsidize their import fees and etc. They could like afford to lower their prices. And so what you saw was like Chinese immigrants would then fulfill the role that was being denied to Black Americans. And then, of course, Black Americans not having like the access to one, start our own grocery businesses, and then two, not be able to afford any other option. We had no choice but to patron Chinese businesses. And therefore, and now this isn't like, so there was a kind of like a symbiotic relationship of like you scratch my back, we scratch yours type thing going on, even though some Chinese businesses didn't treat Black people all too well and still kind of held like a superiority over us. But it was like kind of that going on, and that kind of like continued to today. And then like it's like you can see perfectly how like even like systemically and infrastructurally like Black and non-Black people of color are not seen as the same, because there was like a push, for example, to allow Asian people into white neighborhoods and to like benefit from white infrastructure in schools and etc. That was never like done for Black people. So like when Black people would be redlined and get denied home loans, like some of those home loans, this isn't to say that like all Asian people got these loans, but like it was just a less like overall systemic push to keep Asian people out than there was for like Black people. And so Asian people would be allowed these home loans and then would be allowed into white neighborhoods. And then also like this like system was like used to like prove to Russia, because it was like around the Cold War times. And like Russia was like, oh, America thinks their capitalist bullshit is so amazing, but they haven't even figured out race. But over here in Russia, we have people from the Middle East and Central Asia and Europe all living together in peace and harmony, whatever they wanted to tell the world. And so in order to like compete with the image of Soviet Union, America like had a push to like allow Asian people into their business, into their neighborhood, so they could then be like, well, we are also racially progressive. And then what they would then in turn say when someone was like, okay, but what about Black people? Like, what are you doing about Black people? They would then say, well, the Asian people have been able to like integrate into our communities. Black people just aren't like working hard enough. And that's kind of like part of the origin of like model minority status. And so you also saw in back to businesses in terms of that, Asian people getting business loans that were being denied to Black people, and then using those business loans to start businesses in Black communities. Claire Jean Kim kind of talked about this. She's an Asian critical race theorist. She was talking about it recently, actually, because of like anti-Asian violence, and then there was like the comparisons between anti-Asian and anti-Black. And so she was talking about like systemic and like like infrastructural differences between Asian and Black people. And so she was mentioned how Asian people were given business loans that were being denied to Black people. So you can't really make this apples to apple comparison between Asian people and Black people because there's a difference. And so, and then she also discussed in terms of like violence. So she said that there was a difference between anti-Asian violence and anti-Black violence, in that anti-Asian violence flares up due to socio and economic occurrences. So we saw anti-Asian violence flare up due to COVID just recently. In like the 80s, there was like a flare up of anti-Asian violence due to like Japan and US trade tension. And then of course there was the World War II, where there was a spike in anti-Asian violence because we were at war with Japan, and then their internment camps and etc. And then they gave examples like during like the early 20th century and late 19th century, where you saw in like communities in like California, whenever there would be like an economic depression, that's when white people would then blame Asian people for the economic depression. And then like there would be spikes in anti-Asian violence. But she noted that for anti-Black violence, it's like a constant thing. Like that was her difference. There was no need for socio or economic depression for there to be anti-Black violence. And you can see that now because there is something like anti-Black hate crimes are still like largely disproportionately high. Like there are like 2,000 anti-Black hate crimes like a year, like every year. And so and then on top of that, like lynching just became like a hate crime not long ago. So yeah, that's just kind of like what I was thinking on the whole Black and Asian situation.
Thanks for that. I'm about to go do some reading. But that also makes me think of biological racism or just scientific racism, and how I don't remember which one of the white people it was, but they like ranked the racial categories as species in order. And so it would obviously be like the white person or white man at the top. Then it would be the East Asian. And then after that would be like other races and ethnicities and like Southeast Asians and then indigenous people and then like Black people at the bottom. So I always like kind of think of that as kind of like a framework for like how all of I guess like our other positions of like race has been like today. If that makes sense. And how like East Asian people like specifically are always in like some kind of proximity to whiteness. And literally also because of like skin color too.
Yeah, like totally. Uh, Also, so like debunking that model minority myth. Oh, I also just want to add, like, with all of like what I just said, of course, like the root is always white people. Like, it's always them putting their fingers in everything and making everything hard and like setting up these scenarios where we're like vulnerable to be exploited and where there's like tension to be had between Black and Asian people. And so in debunking like the model minority myth, we also have to like talk about as you said, like the specificity of like East Asia instead of like, Southeast Asia. Because so for example, like China, which is like where a large portion of Asian immigrants come from, is like a country that would be considered as hyper selected. So as we know, like in the American like immigration process, and by like immigration process, I mean like the system we have where you apply, you get on a plane, you come wherever you want to go, you get like a visa, etc. Um, there's obviously paywalls and all of that. So
Armand, when you get a chance, put the woman you mentioned in the chat for people.
oh, okay. Um, and so there's like a paywall for all of that. And because of that, it leads to more wealthier people having access to immigration as opposed to more like average or quote unquote unskilled laborers. And so the nature of like immigration for like a country like China, which could be considered like hyper selected, and what hyper selected means is that immigrants from that country are more likely to have a college degree than both their national average from the country they're coming from and also the national average for the US. I kind of said that wrong. So like the national average for the country from, like, compared to all the immigrants from the country they're coming from. No, I said it right. The national average for the country they're coming from. If anyone wants to read up on like hyperselectivity in immigration, I think you can just Google hyperselectivity in immigration. And so, um, yeah, and so because of that, it leads to like more wealthier immigrants from China making it to the US. And that's why when you see like, for example, like affirmative action lawsuits, it's like generally like Chinese organizations and people in general behind those like lawsuits because they are a more elite class comparatively to other Asian countries and the American public in general. And so because of like that, the nature of like the immigration system, like, so America specifically selects people who they think can do well in the country and people who have the wealth and access to do well in the country. And then they get to America and of course they do well in the country. And then America like props this up. And that's why you see kind of like a lot of like immigrant poverty porn because it's like they'll like paint like half the picture and they'll be like, oh, this immigrant came to America with only like $100 in their pocket, but like what you don't like see behind it. For example, like just with like the Oscars, like Chloe Zhao, who won Best Picture, and it's like, yes, that is a win for Asian women. Not gonna take that away, but her father's a billionaire, so it's like, and of course, like the average Chinese immigrant isn't a billionaire, but there's like the paywalls create a funnel, a bottle nose, where a bottleneck, that's the word, I'm stupid, a bottleneck where like it like funnels wealthier people into America. And so when they eventually do well in America, the US, we like view them as like they started at the bottom and then they got to the top, instead of, well, they kind of like were middle class and then they kind of like ascended to upper middle class in reality and like actuality. And so that kind
Uh,
of like creates this model dynamic. But like for like Southeast Asians, a lot of them come as refugees due to like Cold War activity and proxy wars fought there. So like they don't have the same wealth and access as say like an East Asian immigrant. So it kind of like creates this tension where the wealthier East Asians get like this dominant sway instead of Southeast Asians who are doing like who are not doing so great in America and who have like economic have
Could
economic
I
comparative
could I
to
just
black
jump in
people.
for a
Yeah.
second? I just
Yeah, I've
wanted to
been
say,
talking for a while. My bad.
oh no, it's okay. I just wanted to say one thing because I know Tiana probably wants to go to sleep, but I just wanted to say, the person who is the lovely Afri says, okay, what does successful Asian Americans have to do with us? It's just jealousy. We can be at the top if we just focus energy. Fuck you, bro. You don't even know what you're talking about,
yeah,
and
I
it
wanted
sounds
to
like
comment. I want to comment on her when she said we need to adopt good things from other groups so we can be at the top. I don't know. I want to like. I'm trying to figure out what does she mean by we need to adopt good things from other groups, because what are the good things?
yeah,
That
and
they have that we don't have. Because my thing is, what the good things? What is that like? They know how to take a bath because other cultures they learn how to bathe because we taught them. They know math and science because we taught them. They know fabric and so many different resources because of us. And so I'm trying to understand what's these good things that we don't have and they just have, like they just have it out of nowhere. So I'm trying to understand that. But yeah, like I don't understand her comment.
And the thing is, Asian Americans are the main beneficiary of affirmative action. Like, so,
Exactly. Let's not
and
pretend they special. Like, come on.
and every other group gets to play victim as much as they fucking want to. Okay, Stop Asian
Exactly.
Hate is literally them fucking playing victim. Other groups play victim all the fucking time. But anytime black people want to play victim or get what they rightfully fucking deserve, y'all know that we have been oppressed for over 400 years in this country and are still pulling this pull yourself up by your bootstraps myth. You know that I think the figure of people in America who are black and also billionaires is so fucking low. It's way lower than white people. So when you say this, we need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps mentality. It's just like you need to look inward and see what's going on. Okay. And this person who says, I don't know why y'all calling out the lovely Afri a troll, but they not wrong. Can y'all let me know something? What are everyone's thoughts on their sentiments? My thoughts on their sentiments are they're anti-black and they're fucking stupid. Anyone who fucking reads A Day in Their Life knows that black people in America are systematically oppressed. That's why nobody has been able to pull themselves up by their bootstraps except for a very small portion of people. Please, y'all have to start reading because this rhetoric is dangerous and it's stupid. That's it.
I always say you can't pull yourself up by your bootstraps if you don't have boots in the first place or straps. So
Yes, that's a good point.
Exactly.
That's a good point. Yeah, and I'm glad I don't see that other girl up here. Uh, I walked away, but the last time I was at my computer, I saw some girl commenting back and forth. there needs to be hate condemned on both sides. And I walked away from my computer to do something, but I was thinking about her comment, like, what is she talking about? Um, I don't understand, like, the self-awareness we don't have. I don't get it. Like, I think the Asian community and the Black community, the racial tension, the narrative was created by white people. Black people don't hate Asians for what? What do we hate them for? Oh, let me guess. They work so hard and they're pretty and they do all this great stuff. No, none of that is true. None of them, they work hard just like everyone else. Asians have the resources they have because Black people built America to begin with. Oh my God, it's a cat. And literally, they have the access to everything because we already built it. We put in legislation that they benefit from. But you want to talk about, oh, we worked hard. No, we worked hard. We work hard. We don't get the credit for it. And you have your businesses in our neighborhoods that we allow, unfortunately, but that's another subject. But
and not only that, we literally fucking laid the groundwork for other minorities in this country. The fucking Civil Rights Act, y'all all are benefiting off of that. All of y'all minorities are benefiting off of that. You think that you were going to white schools before that? You weren't. Black activists in America were the ones who laid the groundwork for all of this policy that you see now that benefits Black and brown and people of color. So I want y'all to stop acting like with this pull yourself up by your bootstraps energy, because we have been doing that. How do you think that we got here? We weren't just sitting around. Like, how do you think that niggas survived slavery in the first place, got free from slavery in the first place, fucking got the Civil Rights Act back in the first place? Even though I don't necessarily agree that we shouldn't have our own autonomous Black communities, it's just like, what is this rhetoric? What is this rhetoric?
See, Nima. Okay, Nima, do you see what she just commented, Jules? She literally said, the lovely Avery said Black people could benefit from strategizing and taking pages out of the book of other racial demographics. Why do we need to look at other racial groups and see what they're doing to look at what they're that's still wrong. That's the point that we're trying to make. That's still wrong.
Y'all literally took the work that we did last summer with the Black Lives Matter movement and used it towards Stop Asian Hate and used the same fucking language to get y'all
exactly. They took our pages. They didn't even know how to read. These other Asians and all these other white people, they were originally illiterate in the medieval times. How do you think I want to tell you, how do you think the Dark Ages, you learn about the Dark Ages in elementary or middle school, right? How did the Dark Ages ended? Oh yeah, the Moors, the West Africans came there and actually taught them an education. That's why white people, they come off with this whole thing of, oh yeah, we have these elite Ivy League universities. Yeah, you're actually intelligent or educated because Black people taught you how to read and write. You weren't just coming out of the culture just being all just amazing. That's my dryer, by the way.
Furthermore, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good.
Furthermore, we as Black Americans in this country, during the time when we were and still are fighting for our rights, are being killed. Like, y'all are talking about we need to strategize. Every time we try to strategize, y'all kill us. Like, talk about that. Why is no focus placed on that? Why is everything always put on us? Like, I feel like, and here I am having to fucking explain this shit because y'all don't want to read. Why can't you just open the why do y'all expect constant labor from Black people? That's my question. Y'all expect every single person, every single Black person to explain things to you down to the fucking syllable instead of just cracking open the book. Like, I shouldn't need to be explaining this right now.
And that's the thing. Somebody said in the comment, like, how Asians are reappropriating these movements. And it's so true because like I said, I saw an Instagram post earlier that said, Asian with attitude. And I'm like, isn't that based off of niggas with attitude? Like, I just don't understand. Why are y'all not creative? Like, y'all can't create your own movement names. Like, you have to copy off of Black people. Like, whites and Asians, it's like they have to copy off Black people. They have no other ideas. Yeah, right, Kayla, they call us lazy, but yet you copy everything we do. you know. And I'm not saying that, and I'm not saying that I'm not holding Black people accountable for that too, because I feel like we give them passes, and we feel like, oh, you know, let's be forgiving and let's be okay with this. Like, I feel like we should be held accountable too, because I'm so tired of having the other group of Black people that allowed this to happen. They're like, oh, it's cool. Let them say the N word. Let them wear the braids. It's like, no, because next thing you know, they're gonna be blackfishing and be a whole. They're gonna look like Oprah Winfrey in 3 seconds. Like, they're gonna like transform, you know. Yeah, like I can't do it.
Some of y'all are about to go on a timeout. Word two, because like this is really ridiculous. Talking about we taught them everything. Who cares what happens thousands of years ago? It's 2021 and they beating us at our own game. They are richer and have better health. Okay, so what are you gonna do about it? What the fuck are you gonna do about it?
Yeah, like I disagree. I disagree with Killermonger. A lot of Black men when they went to the military, they chose to date out to Asian women. Asian women didn't exploit them. Black men in the military knew what they were doing, and the history of Black men and non-Black women was way before slavery. I'm not going to get into that, but I just want to say they didn't exploit them. They knew what they were getting into. But yeah, we can't profit in a system that doesn't give a F about our advancement. Historically, every move has been torn down, destroyed. There's no bootstrap. Exactly. Like, it's just.
And once again, like, please, if you like, why has nobody answered this? Why do y'all want constant labor from Black people? I haven't gotten a single Cash App, even though I'm doing all this fucking explaining because y'all can't read. Why is nobody reading? That's my question. I'm having to explain this to you word by fucking word, as well as Dolores is, and you have not decided to crack open any type of book, but you want me to explain it to you. This is part of the problem. This is
I'm confused what
constant labor.
Nima's saying. I'm confused with what she's even saying. She said constantly.
Yeah, that's directed towards you, Nima. I'm talking about you. You are literally demanding labor, asking all of these questions from the Black people in the chat, me, Dolores. Like, it's really ridiculous. Why are you not Googling this? Like, this dead has me vexed right now. Because, like, what are you even talking about? They take this to the Joe Budden podcast. Like, this is not, I'm not doing
Oh,
this.
Lord.
Right now.
That man is complete trash. Good Lord.
Let's let someone else
Yeah.
speak.
She's an imposter. like the Among Us game. She's an imposter. Click the red button. Yeah, like, but I actually wanted to say a quick comment to a conversation you guys had earlier when I was waiting to be part of the discussion about Billie Eilish. I just wanted to say how I find it interesting because when you guys were talking about, oh, she was dating a racist guy, I don't listen to her music. I don't know much about her at all. I just know she's like a super pale white lady with green hair. And people are saying how the guy she's dating is racist and all that. And you know, and I commented, well, she's dating a white racist guy, and what does that make her? And because I wanted to bring up the subject of white women who are so-called in progressive spaces, or they're liberal, and their partners are usually conservative white men. And white women, they don't hold their white sons accountable for their ignorance. They raise these same conservative white men. The same white men that go to the Capitol riot, the same white men that gatekeep Wall Street, you know. So I just wanted to know, like, I'm not sure if we have enough time, but I just wanted to quickly ask, you know, what's your guys' thoughts on white women that preach about feminist intersectionality, but and yet they raise the white sons that get an excuse for saying the N-word, and they don't want to hold them accountable. I was watching some court show with this white lady. She didn't want to accept that her son bullied this other kid, and it caused the black son to like break his glasses or something like that. And the white mom was like, oh yeah, my son, he told me that he was bullied, so I called the parents. And I was like, wait, I'm like, you called them to accuse them and not be like, oh, well, why don't we have a discussion, you know, why don't we talk, you know? Yeah, I wanted to know your guys' thoughts on that, you know, white women and white men and not holding their Karenism accountable.
Before I respond to that, I think we got some trolls in the chat.
Oh,
Yeah.
whoa.
You know what?
What
You know
is
what?
that?
This is literally fucking ridiculous. I can't. I can't block them, but Tiana has to do this. But you know what? This is really ridiculous.
Wait,
This
so if
is
I make people a moderator, I still got to do stuff.
like we timing them out, we removing like I don't know. But this is what I'm talking about. Like this is really that respectability politics like brings this type of energy, because y'all cannot handle having any type of discussion without putting it on black people. And like I said before, like, you know, y'all are always talking about y'all need to do the work, y'all need to walk and chew gum at the same time. I'm doing the work right now, explaining it to your dumb ass because y'all not reading. I'm doing the work right now. I'm freely explaining it because y'all refuse to read. Like we have people like No Name be trying to do the work, you know, providing literature for black people, doing all this shit in her community. Y'all be fucking beefing with her over some J. Cole shit. Y'all don't want black people to actually do the work.
J.
But
Cole.
anyways,
I haven't heard him in a long time.
But to answer your question, Dolores, I don't know. I think white women just can't be trusted overall. And they like to absolve themselves. Oh, what the hell is going on? They like to absolve themselves of like, they like to use like their womanness to absolve themselves of like being racist. When the fact of the matter is that they were also slave masters as well. They were overseeing slaves back in the 1800s and have been keeping up that legacy throughout the years. Yeah. And I think they just really like to play victim and not take accountability for like the role that they play in being racist.
also, I want to say someone said I'm being a little too condescending and aggressive. That's convenient that you're saying that I'm being condescending and aggressive. But if someone else was talking like this, y'all would not be saying that, even though y'all are like continuously asking questions for no reason that are like not helpful, and people are trying to explain it to you. Like this shit is ridiculous.
Damn,
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, like somebody. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, I was just saying, how's your name Kingston Coils and you're over here tone policing black people?
Right. Yeah, somebody commented. I'm just gonna ignore the racist people in the comments. It's fine. Somebody said white women are white first, and that I agree with. I don't know if I agree with the only thing that's holding white women back is being a woman. I'm not saying that they don't receive backlash for being a woman, but I do feel like white women, they have all of the access that they can have because their men control this system and their men support them. From Harvey Weinstein to Bill Cosby, white women have the upper leverage, and it's because they're white women, and their counterpart is the men that control the society. You know, but I don't trust white women. I don't trust their wokeness, and I feel bad for their biracial kids because they come out messed up in the head. So. But yeah, white women, they're just But I agree with you, Beauty and Fashion. I agree with you 100%. I just feel like they still have a leverage way far than black women. You know, that's why I love Viola Davis, because when she did her speech about you know, going across of the field is like reaching your arms out to the white women across, and you can't reach them. And I understood the metaphor, you know, that black women are very much far than white women, because white women don't have the best interest in black women. So
Yeah, someone definitely posted a link to this somewhere because this is kind of ridiculous.
wait, how do you know?
I'm sorry, I don't know why that was just funny, but like.
But yeah, I'm not trying to be aggressive. It's just like when you hear people talk like this, and constantly, and you're literally the person who's being oppressed. Like, it gets very exhausting trying to explain this over and over again, and then I explain it and then y'all are still arguing.
But that's
Like,
the thing. That's why I say I have like very little hope, because again, I think at some point you start to realize that like it's not kind of common sense. Like you can be poor, you can be black, you can be queer, whatever it is, but that doesn't automatically make somebody an ally for whatever the struggle is. And I think, yeah, I think at some point it's just really unmotivating. Like I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna find motivation for a lot of these things, because even in like my like daily job, like after a while, like it gets exhausting when you realize like the ops are winning. Like when it comes to like the Democratic Association, I don't even know the word. Like all of these things, like it's really looking like there really isn't going to be a lot of change anytime soon. I don't know when things are going to really change, because again, we're going to be explaining very basic things to people, and it gets just unmotivating. Like I don't know the word. I feel like maybe like last year, like late fall, I felt like I had a lot of motivation for a lot of the things that we were talking about, and for a lot of people who argue in bad faith. But like now, because like first of all, a lot of this stuff, like even the people who argue in bad faith, like I don't know their numbers though. Like I don't know how many people. I don't know if it's like more of us against them. I don't know who has the more numbers. I don't know if it's more of us who believe in like, I don't even know the right word for like what we're talking about on I guess the right side of history when it comes to like oppression of Black people. I don't know if it's more of us, and then or is it more of the people who think it's hate on both sides or whatever. Like I don't know. I would be interested in any studies or something that shows what's going on, because if we are in the minority, they might win, because I'm getting tired.
I
Yeah.
understand where you're coming from. I think if we do the math, I just want to say real quick, if we do the math here, Generation Z is from, like late 90s to like early 2000s, right? So all of us are probably around 18 to 24, I'll say, because I'm 21. So our generation isn't experienced any serious suffering. We haven't really gone through really deep stuff. My mom told me this, and I agree with her. We went through COVID, but let's be real here. We haven't been struggling with several crazy jobs and have a bunch of kids, and we went through, a blackout and really crazy stuff. We went through COVID, we went through Trump. But I think once we're adults, it's really going to show how much we're engaged in politics, how much we're engaged in our community, how much we're engaged in society. But for right now, we're all just doing this woke performative talk on social media back and forth on Instagram and your regular TikTok posts. No one really cares. It's just all talk because we're young and we have time to be on the internet. But once we have a legit adult life, then I wonder if we're all going to be having the same political views, if we're all going to have the same interests, because on TikTok you have a whole bunch of loud young Black girls yelling in their phone like, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. And I'm like, sis, you're like 18, calm down. Why don't you finish high school first? So I feel like it's not about the minority or like the bigger group. I feel like all of us are still in a young area, a young stage in our life where we haven't experienced anything too deep. So I think if we waited out until we're adults, we should just continue to spread awareness on the important stuff, because I'm so exhausted of passing by young people's channels talking about a bunch of nothing. And I'm like, I know we're young and we're going to talk about whatever that's going to waste our time, but it's like really silly stuff. And it's like, come on, by the time we're an adult, we're not going to care about this stuff. But yeah.
I just want to say really quick. Someone asked about like the PDFs. I'm trying to find the link from last summer where they had all of them. I think they might have taken them down, but if you want to start with some of this stuff, Angela Davis has a lot of her work on Spotify if you want to listen to it. And I do that often. So if you want to like a good starting place, that's a great place to start. Okay, Tiana, you can go.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say that I think what we're going through as people in Gen Z is a lot and it's different. Like, for example, I feel like the psychology of social media and just like the mind games that plays on younger people is a big deal, like cyberbullying and things that have been going on for a while that like older people have just been ignoring because they just can't relate. Yes, we had like COVID is a big deal. Like I think like a lot of times a lot of us don't feel it if we don't have some direct connections. And again, Trump's presidency, like again, that did a lot of damage. And I feel like that's equal to harmful presidencies like Bush, you know. And again, if you were Gen Z, some people were born around 9/11. And I think again, when we talk about intergenerational harm, like what is it called? Like biologically, a lot of us hold on to a lot of the generational harm that goes on. And I think a lot of times also young people, like we don't, and I'm not going to say we because I'm like 24 now, but I will say younger people are continuing to be told that they don't know anything yet. It's almost like when you have strict parents and they're like, oh, don't date, don't date, don't date. But then you get a certain age and they're like, well, why aren't you married with kids yet? And I feel like that's the same thing when it comes to like young people trying to be political. It's like, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. Then you hit 25 and everybody's like, well, why don't you know what you're talking about? And it was like, because you told me that like I needed to. So I think again, like every time, every generation, we have hope in younger people. But again, we can't just have that hope without imparting that knowledge down, you know? So I would say I take everything that Gen Z is going through serious. When I say Gen Z, I mean like Black people who are like in the know. And even though there are some people who aren't in the know yet, I think, for example, like a lot of people, Gen Z experience a lot of domestic violence. Domestic violence meaning not just like spousal violence, but like young queer people experiencing a lot of violence in their homes where they have to like be homeless or moved out. Like that's a huge thing I see on Twitter all the time. Constantly cash apps and GoFundMe's on like queer Black people who cannot stay in their homes or queer people in general because their families are so toxic. So I think that's a huge issue right now, especially like youth homelessness or whatever. The housing crisis that we're going through, like, it's just, I think, the minimum wage. So I think again, yeah, we didn't have slavery, we didn't have Jim Crow or whatever. But at the same time, like some of the things that we're going through is very important. I won't say equally. So I just think like it's one of those things where we don't have the answers, and we don't even have the platforms to figure out the answers. And that's kind of why I feel hopeless. And it's not because, you know, you get on YouTube and some of the girls are talking about luxury or whatever happened with the City Girls the other day, but it's more because of like, we really don't have safe spaces to have some of these conversations. And even like when I think about my life, I think with only like the last few months, only within the last few months, I cared more about my life, meaning like I would like before I felt like I was more ready to sacrifice my life for whatever the cause was. And now I don't feel like doing that anymore for like one or two reasons. But yeah, I just think it's really complex. It's really complex. And again, we're still going through issues with young people and their parents feeling like as if they own their child. Like we're just now having conversations about parental over controlling of like kids and stuff like that. And then I was having this conversation with people at work the other day. It's like across cultures, no matter what culture it is, people don't respect young people like kids. They don't. It's just across the board. And I find
But
that.
the question is, do young people respect older people? I think it can be both ways. You know what I mean?
But then,
I think they definitely.
okay, I understand it could be both ways, but at the same time, that's not what we're trying to say here. It's similar to some people in the chat where it's like, well, both sides, and it's like, okay, then who? And then that's the thing. I'm like, okay, if older people are, okay, like I said, across cultures, generations, people disrespect young people. Across cultures and generations, elders are respected differently. And especially in Black cultures, more likely we respect elders. So that's what I'm saying. So who cares if elders aren't respected that well because statistics show they're more likely to be respected than young people. Similar to the statistics we were talking about before. Who cares if Black people throw shade at Asians? Systemically, Asians like harm us more. So that's what I'm saying. And I just think, younger people should be given some more respect, especially from young people. Like, I don't want to disregard like anything that we're going through as it. If it wasn't as bad in the 1960s, then like we don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah, and I just want to say, like, kind of back to what you were talking about before about the generational trauma. Like I said, like, I get so like heated about these types of things. I guess maybe it is because of past trauma, because like I grew up dark skinned and like getting called like burnt and shit like in the classroom and like whatever. And like having to live through a lot of like these slavery conversations, especially as a young person, and then like growing up in the Northeast and like it's so heavily policed and just like constantly dealing with that, it really like does damage to your mental. And so finally, like now that I'm at a place where I feel like I can like defend myself, and I hear people say these things, it kind of like brings me back, even if some people don't necessarily mean it that way, or I'm reading between the lines. It's just like there is a lot more than just like a conversation on Twitter. Like this shit goes like back to like my parents' parents who like passed down this type of shit, and like tell you like how to act in front of the police, and like tell you how to act when you're at school or you're interacting with white people. And it's like a lot, it's a lot. And I feel like as a young person, like I didn't really get the chance to like a lot of people now who like came up kind of during the BLM movement and they became radicalized during that. Like I didn't really get the chance to like do a lot of those things because at a early age I was kind of like expected to kind of already have the knowledge of what was going on in my own community, so I could like better protect myself from these things. And I didn't get an option of like I'm gonna be educated about this or not educated about this, because it was just time. Like it was already time. Like I watched Trayvon Martin get killed when I was like a kid. So yeah.
But I think that's why earlier I was bringing up the mayoral candidates, because I think my thing is, how do we move forward and work on the things that we can do, and that includes how do we stay aware of legislation and how do we get involved in making the younger generation feel included at the table, and for them to know their rights and to feel like their voices matter. Because my thing is, okay, our generation is not voting, that's fine. You don't want to vote. What are the other options we can do? What are your other ideas for us to stay involved and to be a good, model for the younger generation that feels like, oh, I can speak up. I can do this. You know what I mean? Because I don't really care for really much of the mayoral candidates other than Maya Wiley. I don't like Eric Adams because of his whole stop and frisk thing, but I feel like I am going to vote just so I can at least feel like I did put something into the system. But I feel like if you're not going to vote, that's fine. No one can force you. But I feel like, what else are you doing? Because I feel like if you're not doing anything, then it's like, well, why does your opinion matter? You're not getting involved in the community. You're not getting involved in any sort of local work. So you can't complain about the system if you're not doing any work,
Yeah. So I'll say, someone in the chat was like, "Oh, how long these lives go for?" So I'll say, look, I'll give us 30 more minutes till this makes 4 hours. Okay. But one of the other things that I also want to point out is, especially back in the days during the civil rights movement, which civil rights movement was for laws, and a lot of these laws aren't just like, what even is a law? We're in a lawless society right now. So I think like one of the things that like a lot of people like to use in some terms are like civil rights. And civil rights worked in the 1960s. It worked in the let's just say 1960s, that decade. Civil rights don't work no more. And I think like a lot of times, especially elders, they think that's still the status quo. The elders, and the thing is, people don't know how to unpack the civil rights movement right anyway, because they think, especially elders, they think, oh, well, during the civil rights movement, they were in their Sunday best. So like when you protest, you need to be in your Sunday best, and you need to make sure that the Supreme Court do this and your local legislation do this. that stuff is outdated. That's outdated. It worked in the 1960s. That's not going to work in 2021. And that's why I feel like, honestly, elders be setting us back because they be telling us all the old stuff that worked for them. And it's like, sweetheart, we're still here with you struggling. So like, I don't think that's going to work anymore. And so that's one of the things where like, and I think I tried to like speak to it a little bit in this video that I was making about socialism, is like, the civil rights girls are usually like the liberals and the centrists. Like, they're not the leftists, they're not the socialists, because civil rights and like that stuff, like, okay, yeah, you got a law signed, okay, and like we don't even have the democracy to hold our elected officials accountable right now. Like, so I just think like, again, like I think the creativity that's being given to young people is so stifled because a lot of the things that we preach, especially in advocacy, like my 9-to-5 job is in advocacy, and it's so outdated. Like, it's the things that people be asking for. Like, people be going to protest at the mayor's house. I'm like, okay, cute. You protest at her house, you scream some things out of her door, but if you're not telling her to come out and you don't have the guillotine ready, then it's giving performative, no matter how much you thought like that march was cute. If you're going to an elected official's house and you're not like putting like fear in their hearts that you will kill them because they are playing with the lives of the people in this city, like public policy is the reason why people die. Public policy is the reason why people are homeless. Like, it's a policy choice to keep people like this. So like, I think that's one of the biggest things. It's like our terms of change are so outdated. And I don't really have an answer to that. I'm saying it in a way where I'm like, I'm almost not interested in changing that too much. If that's what some people think works, have at it until you realize that that's probably not the right way to do things.
Honestly, I've kind of just tapped out of, I don't know, I guess like putting the expectation on myself to like, I don't know, be like, have like, make some like be a part of some radical movement, or just like constantly ask myself like, what are my next steps? Like, what am I doing? Like, obviously those things are important, but I feel like, especially like as young Black people, we're so oversaturated with social media. And like when you were getting when you were responding to those people, Jules, like I felt that in my chest, because like that's how I feel when I'm on Twitter sometimes. That's how I felt like the first 5 minutes of me downloading TikTok before I deleted it. That's how like I feel like every day in life, and like white spaces. Like sometimes that stuff is like so much, you really just like have to tap out. And like it's okay to not, I mean, I think it's like okay to not constantly be thinking about like what radical movements like you can be making next, if that makes sense. Like sometimes you just gotta log out. Sometimes you gotta just deactivate and just like take a deep breath, because in my opinion, I don't think anything is really going to change unless we have a race war. And it's either that, or we put ourselves in these situations with like voting or like grassroots activism, where like regardless, we're gonna experience some kind of burnout. We're gonna experience trolls like we did in the chat. We're gonna experience trolls in real life and just like encounter all of these things. And so I don't know. I think last year was just like really exhausting for me, along with like other things that was going on in my life, that I was just like, nah, like I'm done. Like the rest of my life is just about like rest and like sleeping and like helping my community what I can. But like until y'all want to start the race war, I'm chilling.
Yeah, and oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no, I'm done. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I feel like I mirror like what you said, because I'm at the point where it's like, until like America really has to fall as a country for us to get any type of change. And that's really the position that I'm at, and where I'm gonna be sticking, or where I'm gonna be staying for the rest of my current political life, because I do not feel like this can be changed. Like I really do not feel like this can be reformed. I'm done with like trying to do all of this bullshit. Like, yes, I'm gonna be voting for Maya Wiley because I feel like that's really the only option that I have. And you know,
Well, thank you for saying that.
yeah, and the mayor of New York, like that has a huge impact on our lives. So
Mhm.
I will be voting for her. But as far as like, I guess other like political systems, I don't believe in the two-party system. I feel like that's dead. I feel like a lot of the shit that we do is dead. I feel like this capitalism shit, like all of this shit is just, it's just over. Like I don't have any more energy to fight this because we're at the end. Like this whole
My,
thing needs
my
to be brought down.
I guess my question is how do we show the younger generation that fighting still matters, even if we're not going to be involved in the political aspect? How do we show the next generation that we can still get involved in something? That's the point that I'm trying to say, because I don't know if I agree with somebody's comment that said something about race war. I feel like we've always been in the race war. I don't know if people are talking about guns and whatnot, because that's been happening. I don't know what people are talking about. Like, white people will shoot you and they do not care. They know that black women aren't protected to begin with. So they already know they can do anything in the black community and there's no repercussions. So I don't know what people are talking about. Oh, this race war is going to happen. It's happening now. So I don't know what people are talking about. But if white people want to get you eliminated, they can. But my point is that I think I just don't, because it's funny that you say that, Jules, because I was seeing my auntie the other day. We were talking about politics and she said the same thing you said, that she feels like the system needs to fall because, oh, it's the cat again. It's the cat. She was saying how she feels like the system should just fall again. It should just fall, because she feels like both sides are bad and, voting doesn't matter and protesting doesn't matter, which I agree with her on that part. I don't think protesting matters as much as it used to. But I guess I'm trying to still wrap my head around this whole thing of letting the system fall, because I feel like the system has always been falling apart. I don't know. I'm trying to understand this.
When I say the system needs to fall, I mean America as a country needs to fall. America, oh shit, this is gonna get me on the FBI watch list, but I mean America as like I guess a civil union needs to fall. The entire country needs to be revamped. Like I'm not on any terrorist shit, but I
How's
really
it
feel like
revamped? Because my thing is, I feel like first off, there's no black wealth, so black people don't have to worry about any wealth being taken because it's already taken. White people feel comfortable wearing our hairstyles, wearing our fashion, doing the culture, so they're already doing that. White people own land. We don't have any land. White people have the access to military weapons. We are not enlisted in the military compared to white people, and we don't have weapons unless they're put in from the FBI into the projects. Black people are not really interested in being aware of what's happening with them to begin with. They use social media as a tool for education. Black people feel completely unmotivated. They feel disencouraged. Um, and black people at a high number are interracial dating, and they say by like 2050 the population is going to decrease with the interracial dating as well. So what is this so-called race, this falling apart you're talking about, that is going to happen? I feel like it's happening now. Do you know what I mean? Like I feel like it's already happening now.
I feel like I know what you
We're
mean,
already
but at the
being
same time, there's like tangible, like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, like that's
Mhm.
establishment. Like they are trying to set the tone, and in many ways, like they are winning. Like there are some ways, like they're winning. Like it's not a joke. Like when it comes to like the DNC, especially like Joe Biden, even getting the candidacy, just shows how powerful like the DNC is. Capitalism, neoliberalism, globalization, like this stuff is like really no joke. Like, and to fight against it, like we would need military backing, which we don't have. Like any type of
Right.
revolution we try to take, and again, like to answer a part of your question, like how do young people get active? Like the ways that I think young people would have to get active is being like counter, or I don't want to say counter revolutionary, but like a new revolutionary base that could immediately be wiped out by the United States military or the police force in the United States. We do not have.
So you're saying they're going to be wiped out from the police? That what you're saying? You're saying
Anybody, and like anybody of us that try to get violent or militant with our political views, we can be wiped out. We do not have the military backing. We don't have anything. We can get armed. We see the police violence. They could silence us in a second. And they showed that multiple times last summer. Last summer was very clear that if we try to be anti-establishment, we will die. So like there could be the race war or whatever, like that, like, okay, yes, white people get away with killing us. But again, like, if there was really some serious uprisings where we tried to do with whatever little numbers we have, Black people are 13% of the United States population. And then the people who probably have views like us, that's like 6%. If we was all armed trying to fight anybody, we're losing. So like the establishment is winning. The United States has allies. We stay doing coups internationally, taking away other people's leaders. That's why people from Guatemala trying to come here, Kamala telling them not to. Like,
yeah, I
this
saw that.
stuff is like this. That's why when I'm saying I have no hope, that's what the hell I'm thinking about. Like, I'm not like that's.
That's
like
what I'm saying. But
nobody
I understand what you're saying. I agree with you.
And trying to reinforce what we're talking about.
All right, so
Right, no,
what
I get what you're
saying,
saying. I agree with both of you guys. I guess I'm just concerned about the next generation of Black people, of Black kids feeling like they shouldn't get involved because of these particular talking points, which I agree to, but I just don't want the younger people to feel like, well, I shouldn't do anything. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Whatever,
I agree with you guys.
whatever you figure out, let us know. Whatever you figure out, because I'm not interested in brainstorming.
My goal is we're not going to have any younger generation who's feeling like that because there's not going to be a system in place for them to feel like that. Like when I say America needs to fall, I'm not talking about like our social classes need to fall. I'm talking America as a republic needs to be gone. Like, once again, do not put me on the FBI watch list. I am not a terrorist. But America, like seriously, we do not need the American government. None of this capitalist shit. We have to completely rebuild the entire country from the ground up. Like,
wait, so who's we? Well, my question is, who's we? Who's we though? Because my thing is, are Black men going to rebuild the Black community? Because that's another whole subject. If we're talking about we as individuals, we as a community, because right now we're underneath white supremacy's foot, and Black people still don't feel like they need to work together. So if we need the country to fall apart for us to work together and feel encouraged, that doesn't make sense either. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Honestly, all I could say is like one step at a time. Like I don't know. I feel like it's only been such a short period since slavery. We can like only do so much. You know what I'm saying? But like to respond to what you said about young people, I feel like if they simply just know history and just know like what we've been going throughout the years and like how active like we have been like as a generation, or maybe not as active in more tangible ways, but at least like having like that very like anti-system like energy, like I feel like they're gonna feel that the same way that like we're able to like look back at like the Black Panthers and the Civil Rights Movement and like slave rebellions is the same way that like they're going to be able to look at how we reacted last year in June. Hopefully that'll be in the history books if they don't like erase that. Like they'll be able to like look at like those certain moments in history and like, you know.
And when I say we, I'm not talking about like everybody in America. I'm talking about everybody who's an abolitionist, not just of prison, but of capitalism, of getting rid of all of the homophobia, racism, colorism, all of that. Like all of those people who are down with the cause need to come on. If you're indigenous, if you're Latino, Asian, white, whatever, everybody.
So you believe in everyone coming together?
I believe. I mean, I don't know about everybody, but everybody who is down for the cause, like, needs. I want us all to come together. Who believes that indigenous people do need to be, given their land back, and also, given a monetary, like, I guess, settlement. I like everybody who believes in dismantling anti-Blackness as a system, because it does exist as a system, like all of that. Like, if you are down for that, I need y'all to come over here so we can build this new, I guess, empire. Like I'm not just talking about like, oh, you know, we're gonna like revamp the government. Like no, like everything, every single thing has to go. I'm definitely on the watch list, but you know,
Aren't we all?
Yeah, I'm like, I like it's a joke, but it's at the same time not too much of a joke because a lot of people that was doing the uprisings last year, like the police was, you know, putting them on lists, like they was trying to prosecute them, and that's why I say it's hard to be down for the cause because unless everybody is, you'll be singled out. You'll be a political prisoner. You'll be like you need like that's why I'm like I'm no longer really down for the cause because not enough people are. I'll wait till we get stronger numbers and then I'll join in. But until then, you will be put in prison or whatever. You know, spied on by police. Like it's no joke.
no, seriously, like that FBI watch list is not a joke. Like they will, like black activists literally get killed. That's not a joke. That picture of that dude holding the bottle that's on fire, he's dead. He's literally was killed by the police, never seen again. So
That's what they
like
did to Black Panthers.
yeah, I'm not kidding, but
I
yeah,
just
I'm
hope we don't
serious.
repeat history. I just no, I understand. I just hope we don't repeat history of this whole let's build a kingdom and then we have all these inclusive groups come in and it falls apart again because this happened for decades. That's how Egypt fell. That's how the Moorish Empire fell. That's how West African kingdoms fell. That's how white people found out where Africa was to begin with because we let them in. And then we're over here now. So I guess for me, I'm trying to wrap my head around what you guys are saying, but I'm all ears. I'm open minded. I'm just listening to the conversation.
And I know someone said that like what I'm saying is idealistic, and maybe it is idealistic, but I feel like everything that you say about like abolition and like I guess like race theory can be seen as idealistic until it actually happens. Like I feel like this is like that small minded thinking is like why we're in the position that we're in now. Like that like when they were kneeling on that kente cloth, like that was like part of that, you know, let's not get too idealistic like mindset. Like this is really the direction that people need to be going in. Like if you want this to change, like y'all are not even supporting police abolition, like defunding the police, abolishing the police. Like we're not even there yet. So like this worrying people, like let's focus on the shit that we got going on at home. Like y'all are not even ready to fix the like unhoused people crisis that we have. That is a huge problem. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, and I think for me personally, like the only reason why I give people grace and people who are ignorant grace is again, like where are people supposed to learn the stuff that some of us are talking about? Some people are like, oh, I learned this in school. Some people are like, I've never learned this in school. So it's like, to me, again, I'm not about to open up. Look, I'm not about to be Dr. Umar, open up some all black school
Oh
to
God,
start
no.
teaching black kids
Nah.
stuff. That's impossible. Like this stuff is impossible. So it's like I'm not gonna sit up here and try to imagine a plan for certain people to get up to date with the knowledge, and so that's why I'm like I can't be mad when some people are ignorant or choose ignorance. Sometimes I know it's frustrating, but I mean, and this is only where I am right now. Like maybe 6 months from now, I will gain some more hope. Maybe next year, like people change, ebbs and flows. Like I really didn't expect some people to come on here and saying certain things that they were today. So I'm like, we all change and have different perspectives. But yeah, I think I don't know where people are supposed to learn this stuff. Yeah, you get some of it from like YouTube or whatever, but our education system, where that's a public debate. Critical race theory has been a public debate lately on whether or not that should be taught in like K-12 or something. And people are like, no. So I think we have a long way to go. And I think, but that's one of the things I do believe in, like sticking it out. Like, again, if change happens when I'm 80, I'm fine. Like, I don't have to be youthful. I don't have to be in my 20s when the revolution happens. Like, if it happens when I'm 80, like, I'm fine.
Yeah. I mean,
I feel like it starts with somebody. We all have to do our part in something. And it doesn't need to be something like building a school, but simply taking care of yourself so you can help others. That's the whole point. And I just don't want the next generation to feel like they shouldn't even wake up in the morning, but I feel like we should all do something different. Just try something different that helps yourself and that helps other people. That's the whole reason why I got into animation, because I was like, well, I want to go to art school so I can learn how to put black characters on the big screen so younger black people can feel like, hey, I feel included, or I feel like my voice matters, my story matters because there's black people on TV. I don't want them to feel like, oh, well, I'm not going to, because it's impossible. Because let's be real here, the animation industry is gatekept by a bunch of old men, but that's not going to stop me from being like, I'm not going to do it. And Dr. Umar is terrible. I don't think he should ever do anything. I don't know why he still exists. but my point is, I just want us to just do something. Just do something that's, progressive. But and to protect yourself, because people out here are getting more crazy after COVID. There are more crazy people out here, so we all just have to protect ourselves as well.
I think what's happening now is that like a lot of Black people are in a space where, I mean, this has always been like this throughout history, but like we're in a space where like everything is just a double-edged sword. So like with what you were saying with like animation, it's like either put yourself in like that workplace in that industry and like deal with like microaggressions and like your work being ignored, or you just like don't make work at all, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, like either way, like you're gonna be exhausted and tired and like a victim of like abuse. And I think that's like the position that like a lot of people are in, which is definitely like understandable because like one human can only like take so much. Yeah, and also another thing, there's this thing called white supremacist culture. If you look it up, like it's like a whole like PDF, but like it lists like all of the ways, like all of the interpersonal like behaviors and emotions that are part of like white culture. And for me, like one of them is like band-aid solutions, and I think that's what's been happening over throughout like history with like Black movements, is that like there's a lot of Black people who would rather focus on like band-aid solutions as opposed to like getting to the root of the problem. Or it starts with us wanting to get to the root of the problem, but then like accepting the band-aid solution as something that's like better. But yeah, I think you guys should like really look it up. Like it talks about like individualism and like power hoarding and like either or thinking, and like that really just like reshaped like how I interact with people in like my interpersonal life and my daily life. And I think that's like one really good way that like we can at least start to at least like have like a little bit more hope, is like improving those interpersonal relationships with other Black people in our lives, and like really not only like decolonizing like in the outside world and talking about like politics and this and that, but like also implementing that in like your interpersonal relationships and like how you interact with other people too.
Yeah, because
small.
Yeah, there's a book called I haven't finished reading it because it's really long, but it's called The Negro. Wait, hold on, let me make sure I have it correct. The Negro, a Beast or in the Image of God by Charles Carroll. And the book was written in 1900, and basically the book is about a written prophecy. This guy wrote it's really deep. He wrote a prophecy that basically it speaks on what's happening today. He's white. He's a white supremacist, but he basically spoke the truth of the mentality of Black people and how it developed from a white society. And he basically has this long theory he wrote out that Black people, are not engaged, they're not encouraged, they attack one another. It was like kind of like a Willie Lynch kind of concept he was doing before Willie Lynch was even real. But this whole book, he kind of explained how in the Bibles, how they have stories that kind of are a metaphor to Black people's destruction. It's really good. It might be a little bit depressing, but it is worth a good read. It's free. It's a PDF. I'll put it in the chat. But yeah, it's called The Negro, a Beast or in the Image of God, the Reasoner of the Age, the Revolution of the Century. The Negro is not the son of Ham. But that book kind of talks about everything that we're talking about.
Yeah,
In terms of what?
that's oh,
Like bad
It's like
stuff?
well, the whole book is basically a prophecy from the beginning of the ancient times to now. He basically wrote a theory of how Black people are going to move throughout society, and it was literally 100% true from the beginning to the end. And I'm not saying that everything he said was correct with the moral aspect of, associating dark with bad and white with good, but he is basically showing how white society corrupted the Black man, and the Black man's corrupt, it corrupts the Black woman, and then it corrupts the children, and how the Black family kind of moves throughout life. And he wrote from like the 1500s to the 1800s and to now. He kind of like basically spoke into the future. um but yeah, and how things will be in the country, the world will kind of like die off. But he didn't say that Black people are going to exist when the country is going to fall apart. He said it's going to be white people. So that's why when Jules said what he said about the whole let the system fall, I'm like, well, are we even going to still exist during that time? Like, I'm like, well, are we still going to be there? you know
oh shit,
Oh,
what happened?
I'm about to end the live. I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you were saying.
Okay, well, I just want to give my reading recommendations since we're doing that. The first one, uh, I don't know, I don't necessarily agree with everything about this, but I think it's a good book regardless. The first one is Afro Pessimism by Frank B. Wilderson III. Y'all can check that out. If y'all want a good place to start with like abolition and stuff, I'll recommend The End of Policing by Alex S. Vitali, I think it is. And then Our Prisons Obsolete by Angela Davis. All of these have PDFs that are available on the internet if you Google it. So I would highly recommend some of these if you want to get started with that. So yeah.
I mean, I have some things bookmarked that I want to share, but I think I'm gonna put it in the community tab, just like the artists that you shared, Jules.
Also, just to add, another reason why I kind of like mentally tapped out from everything is because I feel like global warming is going to wipe us out before anything even happens anyway. Not to be like very negative, but like on a realist note, it's just like, why I'm gonna do all this work and put myself through all this stress, like for what, you know?
You can't forget about global warming.
Yeah.
Yeah, also I did not recommend that white supremacist book. I recommended black authors, so I don't know, but yeah.
Okay.
From what I spoke on, I think I put the link to a Claire Jean Kim interview in the chat, and I think I sent it again just now.
Okay, you sent it again.
And I also spoke a bit about hyperselectivity. Um, if you just Google hyperselectivity and immigration, it comes up. Yeah, and that's all I really have.
Okay. So I think we had a good discussion. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I put the link for the white supremacist culture thing in the chat. I really think you guys should check it out. Like, it really changed my life and like how I think. Yeah, is it?
Wait, what happened with Dolores? Why did she leave?
Oh, I understand why she was saying that white supremacist book, and I'm like, we got 4 hours, so
Oh, okay.
yeah. So I didn't see what links y'all putting in the chat. Okay,
YouTube, there's a, like
YouTube doesn't let you
YouTube.
put links. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did it work?
No, if you're putting a link, it's not gonna work
Oh.
for some reason.
Okay, well, you guys can just like Google search white supremacist culture, and it's like the first result.
or white dominant culture.
Claire Jean Kim, who's an Asian critical race theorist, she did an interview with Slate. And so if you like Google her name and Slate, it's
But how do you
Claire.
spell that? Clara Jean Kim?
Yeah, it's like three, like that's her like whole name. Like it's Claire, like Claire, Jean,
Got it.
Jean, and
Yes, now I hear. Okay. All right. So then we could wrap it up here, fellow podcast mates. People were saying that we should do a podcast.
No, actually though.
Honestly, you know what? That's the thing. I need some of y'all real information because then I can do a podcast and interview you all for real.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay, that's the next project.
All right, cool. Also, I put the books if anyone wants to check it out. So, yeah.
Okay.
Bless you. Bless you.
All right, I'm ending it now.
All right. Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Bye.
Right.